but the manifestation of a life philosophy, reiterating that in appropriate selfishness we discover the strength to win, grow, and crucially, contribute. By prioritizing our needs and goals, we foster a scenario where each person can reach their full. When you search selfish on Google, you'll find about 60 million results in less than a minute, reflecting our vast concern with this behavior. A quick look at the top results brings up views like selfishness, a habit that destroys humans, or advice on living less selfishly, based on everyday observations and lessons taught from an early age. It's easy to see that selfishness is often viewed as prioritizing your own interests above all else, disregarding the rights of others. Essentially, it is seen as a harmful way of life that should be avoided. However, adopting a more optimistic view, taking care of oneself, is not necessarily negative. It is natural for humans to care about their own needs. Being well with oneself, meeting one's legitimate demands, puts you in an ideal position to radiate positive energy, both for your life and for those around you. If you or people close to you have reservations about this approach, I suggest you do not miss today's video. In it, I bring a new perspective on selfishness, highlighting how allowing yourself periods of rest after hours of hard work and claiming the well-being corresponding to your contributions is justifiable. As usual, I propose a challenge. Watch the video to the end without missing any of the 10 lessons, as one of them may change your view on balanced selfishness, which can be extremely beneficial for your personal growth. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Now, let's start this transformative journey together. Are you ready? First lesson: stay resolute and focused on your goals. We often face the dilemma of choosing between selfishness and altruism, but from a Stoic perspective, we see that selfishness is not always synonymous with malevolence. It can represent strength, especially when we remain determined and focused on what we aim for. A certain degree of selfishness can actually be essential for achieving great feats. Our goals transcend mere achievement. They serve as beacons that illuminate our spiritual path, symbolizing not only material success, but also our personal improvement and the continuous development of our character. Perseverance is not just about persisting, but reflects discipline, a pillar of Stoicism. In a context where distractions are constant, maintaining focus is a virtue, a type of valuable selfishness. By freeing ourselves from disturbances and directing our attention to what really matters, we honor our time and energy. Besides reinforcing the importance of individual will in defining our destiny, by choosing to face challenges head-on, we are not only cultivating perseverance, but also enriching our souls and preparing for future battles. In the process of self-development, it may sound contradictory, but by seeking personal fulfillment, our own selfishness can serve as inspiration to others. As we evolve, we become more capable of contributing to the community. This is one of the most powerful messages of Stoicism. Through personal development, we have the capacity to elevate the world around us. Perseverance and focus are not mere tools, but the manifestation of a life philosophy, reiterating that in appropriate selfishness we discover the strength to win, grow, and crucially, contribute. By prioritizing our needs and goals, we foster a scenario where each person can reach their full potential. Second lesson: put yourself first. The core of today's lesson brings a profound truth I wish to convey. Loving yourself fundamentally means prioritizing your own happiness and inner peace, cultivating esteem for your life in a way that transcends the idea of selfishness. It is similar to the advice given by flight attendants about the importance of putting on your own oxygen mask before assisting other passengers. Without oxygen, you become incapable of helping anyone else. Similarly, if you are exhausted or unhappy, it becomes difficult to be a source of positivity for those around you. This highlights a crucial teaching of Stoicism, considering self-prioritization not just as personal care, but also as a duty to society and the people around you. It is common to get lost amidst the demands of work and personal relationships, to the point of forgetting to take care of ourselves. We strive to meet everyone's needs, forgetting that to serve effectively, we need to abandon selfishness, but not ourselves. Prioritizing oneself is not synonymous with placing oneself above others in all circumstances. It means recognizing and attending to one's own needs to then be able to offer support to others with strength and capacity. This requires a balance, a self-awareness, and above all, a heart willing to perceive itself honestly and equitably. By seeing self-prioritization not only as a right, but as a duty, you uncover the true value of self-care and will discover that by investing in yourself, you are also expanding your ability to positively impact others' lives. Stoicism does not teach us just to face adversities, but also to live meaningfully and with purpose, with self-prioritization as the foundation for such excellence. By starting with oneself, you are not only strengthening your spirit, but also propagating a wider effect in the world. I invite you to share your insights and experiences on how you prioritize yourself in everyday life, how this practice was incorporated into your life and its effects. All perspectives and stories are precious and serve as inspiration for our community. Leave your comment below. Third lesson: face failures and setbacks as opportunities for personal development. It is not always possible to close a deal, win a game, or get what you want. Failing is part of life. The real question is what you do after failing. As the legendary Frank Sinatra said, the important thing is to get up and move forward. Life is not to be lamented or wasted in regrets. It is about getting up and trying again, persevering until success is achieved. Failure is as fundamental to life as success. Defeats should be expected as often as victories. The crucial thing is to learn not to make the same mistake twice. Remember that life is made of attempts, and between success and failure there is an inseparable bond, for it is through mistakes that we grow. Failures teach us, exposing our vulnerabilities, imperfections, and areas that need to be improved to achieve goals, satisfy desires, and realize dreams. For this, it is necessary to work and face failures time and again. Failing in the last attempt is the only unacceptable failure. If you have never failed, you may not have dedicated or tried hard enough in your projects. As Marcus Aurelius, one of the most influential Stoic philosophers, said, "Avoid complaining even to yourself." This means accepting failure as a fundamental aspect of life, using it as a springboard for growth. Failure is part of the educational process. It not only clarifies our goals and passions, but also reveals new skills and strategies necessary to overcome obstacles. Through failures, we learn to be resilient, to adapt, and to move forward, even in the face of uncertain paths. Each failure brings with it the chance for reinvention and course adjustment. By accepting and learning from failure, you not only strengthen yourself, but also become wiser and more adaptable in the face of adversity. Fourth lesson: develop confidence to face and embrace challenges. Confidence is a pillar of love and enlightenment that guides us on the path ahead, not limited to the belief in our capabilities, but extending to the recognition that we can face and transcend any adversity. It is the cornerstone of a solid identity, essential for every step of our journey. Each obstacle and exit from our comfort zone teaches us about the world and, more deeply, about ourselves. Marcus Aurelius, an example of resilience and flexibility, taught that each difficulty is a chance for self-improvement and to strengthen self-confidence. Confidence, therefore, is a valuable resource that, when cultivated, allows us to face challenges and, at the same time, makes us a vector of positive influence, capable of helping others without belittling ourselves. It positions us as valuable members of the community, able to contribute, share, and support. Visualize yourself in front of a large audience with all eyes directed at you. The heart accelerates, anxiety and excitement intertwine, but as you begin to speak, each word pronounced reverberates not only in the environment, but in your being, dispelling fears and concerns. Upon concluding, the enthusiastic applause is not only a recognition of a successful presentation, but also a celebration of the mental strength and confidence you cultivated. We realize thus that although developing confidence requires effort, it is absolutely achievable and fundamental. This lesson teaches us to convert selfishness into a driving force for personal and professional development. Each obstacle overcome not only represents a minor triumph, but a significant milestone in strengthening our confidence. What is your narrative of building confidence? We all have challenges and decisive moments that shape our self-esteem. Share your experiences and how you overcame obstacles to strengthen yourself. Let's form an inspiring community together, where each story is a lesson of value. Fifth lesson: promote your personal growth through self-reflection and discipline. Before exploring the fifth lesson, let us know the story of Alex, who made self-reflection an essential element of his evenings. He dedicates a few minutes every night to reflect on his interactions and actions throughout the day. The fundamental question for him is not, how successful was I today, but how did I evolve as a person? Over time, Alex noticed his tendency to be dominated by emotions and sought strategies to better manage them. This awareness marked a significant advancement in his personal development, an achievement possible only through self-reflection. Discipline, in turn, is the key to true freedom. Maria, an artist, exemplifies this by committing to dedicate 2 hours daily to her art, regardless of her emotional state. This consistency not only honed her skills, but also helped her develop her own artistic identity, laying the foundation for her career. This shows that discipline elevates effectiveness and is vital for achieving authenticity and personal fulfillment. The journey towards self-improvement, guided by self-reflection and discipline, although challenging, is profoundly enriching. By investing time in self-reflection and exercising discipline in all facets of life, not only do we achieve our individual goals, but we also contribute to a better world. This is the essence of productive selfishness that Stoicism encourages us to understand and implement, a selfishness that in the end benefits everyone. It is important to remember that no progress is insignificant. Daily, each choice we make brings us a little closer to our personal growth. By maintaining discipline and self-reflection as daily habits, you will notice transformations not only in yourself, but in your perception of the world around you. We appreciate your company up to this point in our exploration today. Your participation here indicates that you are truly committed to this journey. Now, we invite your attention to the next 5 lessons on adopting a balanced selfishness and the path to personal development. Sixth lesson: surround yourself with individuals who support and inspire you. The choice of our companions goes beyond a mere strategic decision. It is also a form of art. Each person we choose to associate with acts as a beam of light, dispelling the darkness of uncertainty and fear and illuminating our scenic path. The sage reminds us that we are waves of the same sea, leaves of the same tree, flowers of the same garden. The environment we choose to inhabit and the people we choose to be by our side play a crucial role in shaping our identity, refining and enhancing our best virtues. Stoicism teaches us not only to endure adversities, but also to value and cultivate positive relationships. We are encouraged to approach those who recognize the power of encouragement and are willing to share both the challenges and the victories. Overcoming barriers and celebrating joint progress in each interaction teaches us to adapt our thinking, reinforce our determination, and cultivate gratitude for everything. Walking alongside people who support and motivate us goes beyond the mere exchange of interests or goals. It involves establishing an environment marked by respect, compassion, and unconditional acceptance, fundamental principles for harmonious coexistence. These connections transform into valuable treasures, keeping us optimistic and strengthening our impetus to overcome any obstacle. In Stoicism, the space that surrounds us is perceived not just as a setting for our existence, but as fertile ground for growth and learning. Each person we cross not only represents a lesson, but also a chance for reflection and personal improvement. By establishing and maintaining ties with positive individuals, we not only provide an environment conducive to success, but also lay the groundwork for a fulfilling and gratifying existence. Let's evolve together. Seventh lesson, value solitude as a path to finding your passions and strengths. Have you ever felt completely isolated, even while surrounded by a crowd, or experienced the sensation of being an island amidst the vastness of solitude? Solitude is a fundamental stage in the maturation process of each individual. Inevitably, there will be moments in life that we will have to face alone, moments when time seems to stagnate and we find ourselves walking solitarily. Looking back, we will realize that beyond solitude, these moments revealed an unsuspected inner strength. In solitude, one can feel a full possession of the world around them, witnessing the sunrise and sunset, listening to the birdsong, and sensing the aroma of nature, all with heightened sensitivity, free from daily concerns. Do not view solitude with fear, as it is a state common to all. Accepting it peacefully is the first step to true maturation. Solitude is like a flower that blooms in the dark. The more silence, the more intensely it makes its presence felt. When you find yourself alone, do not try to escape. The more resistance, the more it will envelop you. Instead, accept it and dance to its music. Value moments of peace, savor a cup of tea, and dive into the reading of a good book, allowing these activities to warm your heart and heal internal wounds, strengthening you. Celebrate the state of solitude and moments alone. Despite facing intense heat and storms, hot sand and mud under your feet, these experiences will make your steps increasingly firm. If you have learned to embrace solitude, leave it in the comments. Do not be afraid of solitude. In our quest for happiness and success, we often consider them distant and unattainable goals. However, if we allow ourselves a pause to reflect on their essence, we may discover that we already possess the keys to achieving them. Stoicism teaches us that everything necessary for happiness and success is already within our reach. It is not some obscure secret or complex formula, but a simple truth about self-acceptance and self-mastery. Explore the possibility of owning your happiness and success, incorporating this philosophy into your daily life. A crucial step in the journey of self-discovery and transformation. Eighth lesson, take control of your happiness and success, shaping your own destiny in an era dominated by the search for external approval. Stoicism encourages us to take full responsibility for our own happiness and success, abandoning the incessant search for validation from others. Adopting positive selfishness in this case is not just an option, but rather a refined practice. the art of using oneself as an instrument for one's own transformation and success. Far from being harmful selfishness, it is about personal appreciation and commitment to the path towards authenticity and fulfillment. A case in point of this philosophy in action is the trajectory of Mark, an entrepreneur who, for years, sought to base the success of his business on the expectations and opinions of others, hoping through these to validate his value and ideas. Although he achieved certain victories, true satisfaction eluded him. The turnaround occurred when he decided to invest in self-knowledge, beginning to trust more in his own perceptions and less in those of others. By understanding that true success requires a certain selfishness, in the sense of prioritizing personal development and following his passions regardless of external judgments, his life and business flourished like never before. With this new mindset, Mark not only experienced genuine happiness and deep satisfaction, but also witnessed the robust growth of his company. His success and self-confidence emerged not from external approval, but from the recognition and trust in his essence. Mark's story illustrates that we do not need the validation of others to feel accomplished. On the contrary, by adopting wise and moderate selfishness, we free ourselves to achieve true independence, joy, and success. This is the essence of using oneself as a catalyst for change, a valuable lesson of Stoicism applicable to all of us in our quest for meaning and purpose in life. Ninth lesson: cultivate a healthy selfishness to achieve personal transformation and success. Think of a zealous gardener, dedicating themselves daily to the cultivation of their garden, attending meticulously to each plant and flower, without neglecting any detail. This garden represents each of our lives, and the gardener symbolizes those in pursuit of personal growth and success. Here, selfishness does not imply neglecting the world around us, but in strengthening ourselves first, to then be able to contribute more significantly to society. Stoicism points out that true freedom and joy originate from the knowledge and management of our interior. By dedicating time to getting to know and accept ourselves, we begin to cultivate self-love and respect for ourselves. This personal transformation not only benefits us, but can also encourage positive changes around us. This is the highest degree of selfishness, where personal care promotes our development and becomes a vector of inspiration and support for others. Adopting a selfishness aimed at personal transformation and success does not mean becoming egocentric, but recognizing the importance of self-management and continuous evolution, prioritizing oneself not in a harmful way, but to foster a strengthened, compassionate, and understanding being, capable of inducing changes both internally and in the surrounding environment. Be a source of inspiration. If you have experienced a significant change by applying this perspective, share your experience with us. We are eager to learn about your journey. 10th lesson: practice a conscious selfishness that does not harm others. From the Stoic perspective, the concept of selfishness is reformulated. It does not mean a refusal to collaborate or a lack of consideration for others. It is rather a path of self-knowledge and effective self-management, understanding that personal growth not only benefits the individual, but also has the potential to motivate and strengthen those around us. Living according to this ideal requires a deep sense of self-awareness about our actions and their effects on others, demanding constant reflection on whether we are causing harm to others and whether we are achieving our goals ethically. To implement this lesson in a practical and effective manner, start by questioning your objectives and motivations, evaluating whether they are aligned with your values and principles, and whether your pursuit of them is not harming others. Develop then an altruistic perspective, aware of the impact of your actions on the surroundings. Finally, seek to maintain a balance between self-development, and the preservation of healthy and respectful relationships with others. This approach not only assists us in evolving as individuals, but also lays the foundation for creating meaningful and lasting interpersonal connections. By living with this understanding, we recognize the importance of self-care and acquire a deeper comprehension of the interactions and connections between us and the world. This lesson transcends mere selfishness, encompassing dedication, freedom, and above all, love, self-love, love for others, and love for the experience of life from the Stoic perspective. Now that we have explored together the power of conscious selfishness, we would like to know how this concept resonated with you. This is an open invitation to share how this idea influenced your life, thoughts, or actions. We look forward to your story, a source of inspiration and learning for our community. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "mind over body" so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. Just imagine for a moment that the most powerful tool for a meaningful and fulfilling life is not something you can buy, earn, or be given by others. Whether you find yourself in a palace or a prison, Stoicism teaches us that what truly defines us is not our situation, but how we respond to it. It's about recognizing that although we cannot control all aspects of our lives, we hold supreme power over our own perceptions, judgments, and actions. Consider this. When we accept less than we deserve, are we not initially admitting that our external circumstances have more power over us than we do over ourselves? Stoicism invites us to challenge this notion, encouraging us to ask ourselves, is this situation aligned with my values? Am I responding in a way that reflects my true worth? And if the answer is no, Stoicism does not leave us in a state of despair. It empowers us by saying, look, you have the power to change your perception, to choose your response, and by doing so, transform your reality. Therefore, when you find yourself accepting less than you deserve, remember this Stoic wisdom. Remember that your worth is not determined by your job title, marital status, or the size of your bank account. Your value is determined by your ability to remain true to your values, to act with courage, wisdom, and integrity, no matter the circumstances. This isn't about blaming ourselves for our situations, but about empowering ourselves to see and seize the control we truly have. Let us not settle for less, not because we feel superior or because we think we deserve more, but because we recognize our inherent worth. Let's face life's challenges with strength and resilience, coming from knowing who we are and what we stand for. And by doing so, we are not just living, we are thriving in the Stoic way. With its deep understanding of human nature, Stoicism does not incite us to boast or inflate our egos. What it does is encourage a fair and honest acknowledgement of our own efforts and virtues. Why? Because recognizing our achievements is not about feeding our pride. It's about acknowledging the work, the discipline, the perseverance that were necessary to get there. It's about honoring our commitment to our goals and our adherence to our values. In Stoicism, virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance are fundamental. When you achieve something, no matter how big or small, it is often because you have exercised these virtues. Perhaps it took courage to apply for that job, wisdom to navigate the challenges along the way, or discipline, a form of temperance, to organize that closet. When you attribute your success to luck or belittle it as something anyone could do, you are not just undervaluing the outcome, you are undervaluing the virtues you practice to get there. So, how do we change this mindset? How do we start recognizing our achievements without falling into arrogance? The Stoic approach is all about balance and honesty. It's about saying, yes, I worked hard for this. Yes, I faced challenges and overcame them. And yes, this achievement is a reflection of my effort and my virtues. It's about giving yourself credit where it's due, not because of your ego, but because of the truth. Now, I want you to think about something you've recently achieved, no matter how big or small. Think about the virtues you practiced to achieve it. Perhaps you showed incredible discipline. Maybe you took a courageous step outside your comfort zone, or perhaps you used your wisdom to solve a problem. Whatever it is, take a moment to acknowledge it. Recognize the virtues behind the achievement. This exercise is not about praising yourself, it's about seeing the truth of your own character and effort. Adopting this Stoic practice can transform how we see our successes and ourselves, moving us away from false modesty and towards a genuine appreciation of our own strengths and capabilities. It teaches us that recognizing our achievements is not about the ego. It's about recognizing the virtues we embody and the hard work we invest. It's a common scenario, isn't it? Whether staying late at work to help a colleague, skipping your morning run to make breakfast for your family, or putting your own dreams on hold to support someone else's dream. It seems noble, selfless, even heroic at times. But here's the point. Constantly putting others first at the expense of your own well-being can lead to burnout, resentment, and loss of oneself. It's like trying to fill cups with an empty jug. Eventually, you run out of anything to give. Stoicism isn't about being detached or selfish. In fact, it places great emphasis on virtue and the improvement of society. However, it also teaches us the critical importance of self-care. Because taking care of oneself is not selfishness, it is the foundation for being able to effectively care for others. Stoicism reminds us that, to be of service to others, we must first ensure that we are in a good place ourselves, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Let's unpack this a bit. Stoicism teaches us about the dichotomy of control, understanding what is within our control and what is not. Our own thoughts, beliefs, actions, and yes, self-care are within our control. The well-being of others, as much as we might wish, is not directly under our control. What we can control, however, is how well-equipped we are to offer help, support, and love to those around us. And that starts with taking care of ourselves. Think of it this way. When you are well-rested, healthy, and at peace, how much more patient, understanding, and present are you for the people in your life? How much more effectively can you contribute to their well-being? This is not just about physical health, it's about mental and emotional resilience, about having the internal resources to be compassionate, offer wise counsel, and be a source of stability and strength for others. So, how do we balance this? How do we ensure that we are not neglecting our own needs in the process of helping others? It starts with recognizing that self-care is not a luxury or an afterthought. It's a necessity. It means setting aside time for things that replenish us, whether it's exercise, meditation, reading, or simply spending a few quiet moments alone. It means setting boundaries and being okay with saying no when we need to. And it means doing these things not out of self-indulgence, but out of a commitment to be our best selves for the people we care about. I challenge you to think of a way to prioritize your own well-being this week. Maybe it's committing to a daily walk, setting aside time for a hobby you love, or establishing boundaries around your work hours. Whatever it is, remember that this act of self-care is not just for you. It's a way to ensure that when you show up for others, you are presenting the best version of yourself. Stoicism teaches us the importance of seeing ourselves objectively, What does that mean? It means recognizing and accepting our strengths as openly as we acknowledge our areas for improvement. It's about understanding our value in a balanced and fair way. Why do we struggle with accepting compliments? Often it's because we are viewing ourselves through a distorted lens. We might be focusing too much on our imperfections, or perhaps we are conditioned to believe that acknowledging our strengths in some way makes us arrogant. But here's a Stoic perspective to consider. Humility is not about denying our strengths. It's about acknowledging them in a grounded and realistic way. It's about seeing ourselves as we truly are, without the embellishments of the ego or the shadows of insecurity. Stoicism teaches us that our value is not diminished by recognizing our achievements and strengths. In fact, graciously accepting compliments is a way to practice self-awareness and objectivity, allowing us to see the virtues we possess and the efforts we have made, giving us a clearer understanding of our true selves. When someone compliments us, they are often recognizing something genuine in us, something worthy of praise. Dismissing these moments deprives us of the opportunity to see ourselves through the eyes of another person, to understand our impact on the world around us. So, how do we get better at accepting compliments? It starts with adjusting our mindset. When someone offers you a compliment, try to see it as a mirror being held up to your virtues and efforts. Instead of deflecting, take a moment to consider the truth in their words. You can practice simply saying, "Thank you," without minimization, without deflection, just gratitude for the recognition of your efforts and qualities. Furthermore, Stoicism encourages us to use these moments as opportunities for reflection. Ask yourself, what did I do to deserve this compliment? How does it reflect my virtues and efforts? This isn't about feeding the ego, but about understanding and recognizing the part of you that is capable of excellence and impact. Have you ever found yourself faced with a choice, perhaps seemingly simple, but found yourself paralyzed, unable to decide? This hesitation, this fear of making the wrong choice, is more than just indecision. It reflects a deeper issue, a lack of confidence in oneself. It's as if we're on the edge of a diving board, looking down at the pool below, knowing we need to jump, but unable to take the leap. Stoicism offers a lantern in this fog of indecision, teaching us that the essence of wise decision-making is not in guaranteeing outcomes, but in basing our choices on wisdom and reason. Stoicism reminds us that while we cannot control the outcome of our decisions, we have total control over the decision-making process. It's about aligning our choices with our values, acting with integrity, and accepting the results, whatever they may be, as part of the natural flow of life. Why do we fear making decisions? Often it's because we fear making the wrong choice, leading to results we perceive as failures or mistakes. However, Stoicism invites us to reframe our understanding of mistakes and failures. In the Stoic view, every outcome is an opportunity for learning and growth. There are no failures, only lessons. This perspective encourages us to trust ourselves, to make decisions with courage and confidence, knowing that regardless of the outcome, it will contribute to our development and understanding. But how do we cultivate this confidence in ourselves? How do we strengthen our decision-making muscles? It starts with embracing wisdom and reason. Before making a decision, take a moment to reflect. Is this choice aligned with my values? Am I acting with integrity? By grounding your decisions in your core values and reason, you ensure that, regardless of the outcome, your choice was made with the best intentions and understanding you had at the time. Stoicism teaches the importance of accepting and learning from the results of our decisions. Each outcome, whether it's what we hoped for or not, contains valuable insights. It's an invitation to reflect, to understand what worked, what didn't, and how we can apply these lessons moving forward. This process of reflection and learning reassures us that we are capable of navigating the uncertain waters of life, making decisions that reflect our values and growing from each experience. Stoicism teaches us the art of discernment, especially regarding where we direct our mental energy. It tells us that obsessing over our failures and mistakes, chastising ourselves for every misstep, is like trying to navigate a boat while ignoring the wind and tides. We're focusing on the wrong things. Stoic wisdom begs us to recognize that perfection is an illusion, an unattainable mirage. The goal, instead, is progress, continuous and deliberate steps towards becoming better versions of ourselves. Why do we fall into the trap of excessive self-criticism? Often it's because we're measuring ourselves against impossible standards we wouldn't dream of applying to another person. We forget that being human inherently means being fallible, making mistakes, and most importantly, having the capacity to learn and grow from them. Stoicism offers a powerful antidote to this self-imposed tyranny, the practice of self-compassion and the pursuit of progress over perfection. Self-compassion, from a Stoic point of view, is not about pampering ourselves or making excuses for our failures. It's about treating ourselves with the same kindness, understanding and forgiveness we would offer to a good friend. Recognizing that setbacks are not indicators of character failure, but part of the human experience. When we stumble, the Stoic response is not to chastise ourselves, but to ask, what can I learn from this? How can I grow? Adopting this mindset requires a shift in how we perceive our journey. Every effort, every attempt, even those that do not yield the results we hoped for, is a step forward. Progress, not perfection, becomes our mantra. This does not mean that we become complacent or indifferent to improvement. On the contrary, it means that we pursue it more fervently, but with the wisdom to know that growth is often non-linear, filled with challenges, and beautifully imperfect. Why is it so easy to fall into the comparison trap? Part of it is inherent in human nature. We have a natural tendency to measure our own value and achievements against those of people around us. But in the age of social media, this inclination is amplified to an unprecedented degree. We are bombarded with snapshots of others' lives that seem to show only the peaks, never the valleys, leading us to question the value and significance of our own experiences. Stoicism offers a potent antidote to this malaise, the cultivation of self-awareness and gratitude for our own journey. It encourages us to redirect our gaze inward, to focus on our personal growth, virtues, and the progress we have made. Stoicism does not advocate for isolation or indifference towards others, but promotes the idea of inspiration instead of comparison. It teaches us to admire the virtues and successes of others without diminishing our own value or progress. How can we apply Stoic principles to combat the comparison trap? First, by practicing mindfulness and catching ourselves when we start comparing our behind the scenes with someone else's highlight reel. It's a reminder to ourselves that social media is a curated gallery, not an accurate reflection of everyday life. Secondly, Stoicism teaches us the value of focusing on what is within our control, our efforts, our attitudes, our virtues. These are the seeds from which our unique journey grows. By focusing on nurturing these seeds, we cultivate a garden rich with personal meaning, independent of external validation or comparison. Lastly, gratitude plays a crucial role. By cultivating gratitude for our own experiences, challenges, and achievements, we anchor ourselves in the present and appreciate the richness of our own lives. This does not mean that we become complacent. On the contrary, it empowers us to seek improvement and growth from a place of contentment, not inadequacy. As we navigate through the wisdom of Stoicism, Let us carry with us the understanding that our lives are canvases on which we have the power to paint with the vibrant colors of virtue, resilience, and happiness. Remember, you are the architect of your own destiny, the sculptor of your own happiness. The path may be strewn with challenges, but it is also aligned with the potential for immense growth, joy, and fulfillment. You are deserving of happiness, capable of achieving your dreams, and worthy of all the love and success that comes your way. I encourage you to watch the suggested video on the screen, diving deeper into historical practices that can transform your life, offering insights and strategies for living with intention and joy. If this conversation resonated with you, if it sparked a flame of recognition or curiosity within your heart, I ask that you like and share this video with your friends. Let's spread the wisdom of Stoicism widely, empowering others to recognize their value and pursue their happiness with courage and conviction. Thank you for joining us today in the discipline of Stoicism. Until next time, live courageously, love deeply, and seek the joy that is your birthright. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. Welcome to this video where we'll explore the relationship between emotional intelligence, maturity, and Stoicism. In today's fast-paced world, the ability to manage emotions, both our own and others, is a crucial skill that sets the foundation for stronger relationships, better decision-making, and personal growth. Emotional intelligence, EI, plays a key role in this, and when combined with the wisdom of ancient Stoicism, it forms a powerful toolkit for navigating life's challenges with clarity and composure. Throughout this video, we'll delve into 10 key signs that demonstrate you are a mature and emotionally intelligent person. But we won't stop there. We'll compare these signs with Stoic teachings, revealing how the two philosophies align seamlessly to help you lead a more intentional and virtuous life. What's particularly interesting is how some of the less-known Stoic principles enhance these qualities, offering timeless wisdom for modern living. We'll start by laying a foundation of what emotional intelligence is, how it benefits you, and then transition to the specific signs of maturity and emotional wisdom. By the end of this journey, you'll not only recognize these traits in yourself, but also gain tools to further develop them through Stoic practices. So, let's begin by understanding emotional intelligence in depth. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. What is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence, often abbreviated as EI, refers to the ability to recognize, understand, and manage both your own emotions and the emotions of others. According to the psychologist Daniel Goleman, who popularized the concept, emotional intelligence can be broken down into 5 essential components. 1. Self-awareness, the ability to recognize and understand your own emotions. 2. Self-regulation, the capacity to manage your emotions, even in challenging situations. 3. Motivation, using emotional energy constructively to pursue goals and persist through obstacles. 4. Empathy, the ability to understand the emotions of others and respond appropriately. 5. Social skills, effective communication and managing relationships with others. Emotional intelligence can greatly enhance your life. It improves your ability to build meaningful relationships, handle stress, make sound decisions, and maintain emotional balance during tough times. It also contributes to resilience, the quality that allows you to bounce back from adversity. In essence, emotionally intelligent people are better equipped to navigate the complexities of life because they possess the emotional clarity and self-control needed to stay grounded. How emotional intelligence helps you. When you develop emotional intelligence, you open doors to a more peaceful, centered existence. Here are a few ways it impacts your life positively. Better relationships. By understanding and managing emotions, you are better able to connect with others. This strengthens relationships, reduces conflicts, and fosters trust. Increased resilience. Emotional intelligence helps you manage stress and bounce back from setbacks. The ability to keep your emotions in check allows you to navigate tough situations with a level-headed approach. Improved decision-making. With emotional clarity comes better decision-making. You can separate your feelings from your thoughts and make more rational choices. Greater leadership skills. EI is a cornerstone of effective leadership. Whether you're managing a team or simply trying to influence others, understanding emotions helps you guide people in a constructive direction. Now that we've laid the foundation of emotional intelligence, let's move forward to explore how this connects with the Stoic philosophy. Introduction to Stoicism. Stoicism is an ancient philosophy that originated in Greece and later thrived in Rome. Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus believed in living a virtuous life guided by reason. They emphasized the importance of focusing on what we can control while accepting what we cannot. The Stoic pursuit of inner peace, resilience, and wisdom aligns remarkably well with emotional intelligence. However, while Stoicism is often associated with mental toughness and detachment, it also offers profound insights into emotional awareness and empathy. Many lesser-known Stoic principles directly correlate with modern understandings of emotional intelligence, making the ancient teachings highly relevant today. In this video, we'll explore these connections through the 10 signs of emotional intelligence and maturity. Let's start with the first sign. Nutta from. Sign 1. You are aware of your emotions. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of emotional intelligence. It's the ability to recognize and understand your emotions in real time, giving you the clarity to make decisions that aren't purely reactive. Emotionally mature individuals are keenly aware of their internal emotional landscape and understand how their feelings influence their thoughts and behavior. In Stoic philosophy, this concept aligns with the principle of oikeiosis, or self-perception and self-awareness. The Stoics taught that by cultivating an understanding of the self, we can better align our actions with nature and reason. For the Stoics, self-awareness was the first step toward living a virtuous and meaningful life. They believed that understanding one's emotions, without becoming overwhelmed by them, was essential for self-mastery. The more aware you are of your emotions, the less likely you are to be controlled by them. This awareness allows you to reflect before acting, giving you the power to shape your responses in a way that aligns with your values and long-term goals. Sign 2. You control your reactions. The ability to regulate emotions is a defining trait of emotional intelligence. People who can control their reactions, even in stressful situations, show a high degree of emotional maturity. Instead of reacting impulsively to anger, frustration, or stress, emotionally intelligent people pause, reflect, and choose a response that aligns with their values and the situation's needs. In Stoicism, this is reflected in the principle of aphileia, which translates to simplicity in thought and action. The Stoics believed that living simply, without unnecessary emotional entanglements, was key to maintaining peace of mind. By stripping away excess emotional reactions, one can focus on what truly matters and remain calm in the face of life's challenges. Self-regulation doesn't mean suppressing emotions, but managing them in a way that benefits you and those around you. It's about responding to life's difficulties with composure and thoughtful action rather than emotional outbursts. This level of control allows you to maintain inner harmony, even when the world around you is chaotic. Sign 3. You understand the emotions of others. Empathy. Empathy is one of the most powerful components of emotional intelligence. It's the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, allowing for deeper and more meaningful connections. Emotionally intelligent people don't just sympathize with others. They can put themselves in others' shoes and respond with compassion. This concept is closely tied to the Stoic principle of sympathia, or the idea that all human beings are interconnected. The Stoics believed that our fates are intertwined, and we should strive to understand and support one another. For Marcus Aurelius, recognizing this interconnectedness was key to developing patience, empathy, and a sense of duty toward others. When you practice empathy, you strengthen your relationships and improve your social skills, which in turn enhances your emotional intelligence. It's a virtuous cycle. Understanding others' emotions helps you navigate social situations with more ease and thoughtfulness, creating stronger, more harmonious interactions. Sign 4. You accept what is outside of your control. Acceptance is one of the most powerful signs of emotional maturity. Emotionally intelligent individuals understand that not everything in life is within their control. They focus their energy on what they can change, while accepting the rest with grace and composure. This prevents unnecessary stress and frustration over things that are beyond their influence. This concept directly relates to the Stoic principle of the dichotomy of control. According to the Stoics, the world is divided into two categories: things we can control, our own thoughts, actions, and responses, and things we cannot control, external events, other people's opinions, and outcomes. By focusing only on what's within our control, we can achieve peace of mind and emotional stability. The ability to accept what you cannot control is crucial for maintaining inner peace and emotional resilience. When you stop trying to change the unchangeable, you free up mental energy for the things that truly matter: your actions, your character, and your emotional well-being. Sign 5. You take responsibility for your actions. Emotionally intelligent people understand the importance of personal responsibility. They own up to their mistakes, learn from them, and work to improve themselves without blaming others. This maturity leads to stronger relationships, more trust, and greater personal growth. In Stoicism, taking responsibility for one's actions is at the heart of cultivating virtue. Stoics believed that while we cannot control external events, we can always control our reactions to them. Responsibility and ownership of virtue was central to their philosophy. Seneca, in particular, emphasized the importance of holding ourselves accountable for our actions and decisions, rather than blaming external circumstances. This level of responsibility empowers you to take charge of your emotional growth. By acknowledging your role in every situation, you open yourself up to improvement and develop a more resilient, grounded sense of self. Nanziwam. Sign 6. You're comfortable with silence and reflection. One of the less obvious signs of emotional maturity is the ability to sit in silence and reflect on one's thoughts and actions. Emotionally intelligent people don't shy away from solitude. Instead, They use it as an opportunity for self-reflection and growth. Silence becomes a space where they can process emotions, gain clarity, and prepare for future challenges. This is closely related to the Stoic concept of euthymia, which refers to a state of inner calm and contentment. The Stoics valued moments of quiet reflection as essential for developing clarity of thought and maintaining tranquility in the face of life's uncertainties. By regularly practicing reflection, they believed one could cultivate a sense of inner peace that remains unshaken by external events. Being comfortable with silence allows you to process your emotions without distraction. It's a sign of emotional intelligence and maturity because it shows that you are willing to engage with your inner world and develop a deeper understanding of yourself. Through reflection, you gain insights that help you navigate life with more purpose and emotional stability. As we continue to explore the signs of emotional intelligence, it's essential to look at how lesser-known Stoic principles can elevate these qualities. While Stoicism is often associated with high-profile ideas like the dichotomy of control or memento mori, there are several nuanced teachings that deeply resonate with emotional intelligence. In this section, we'll delve into the remaining signs of emotional maturity and how these hidden gems of Stoicism enhance them. Sign 7. You focus on long-term growth over short-term satisfaction. One hallmark of emotional maturity is the ability to delay gratification and prioritize long-term goals over fleeting, short-term desires. Emotionally intelligent people understand that meaningful growth often requires patience and sacrifice. They are able to resist temptations that offer instant rewards but might jeopardize their larger objectives. This type of foresight allows individuals to cultivate discipline and achieve sustained success in personal and professional realms. In Stoic philosophy, this is closely aligned with the practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. Stoics believed in mentally preparing themselves for challenges and hardships before they occur, which helped them build resilience against temptations and emotional triggers. By anticipating the obstacles ahead, they were better equipped to make thoughtful, disciplined choices in pursuit of long-term goals rather than succumbing to short-term desires. A good example comes from the writings of Seneca, who frequently advised his students to practice living without luxuries, not because wealth or comfort was inherently bad, but because overindulgence in fleeting pleasures distracted from the pursuit of virtue and wisdom. In modern terms, this aligns with the idea of resisting emotional impulsiveness, instead focusing on the bigger picture. For those who embody emotional intelligence, this long-term perspective is key in guiding behavior toward meaningful outcomes. Sign 8. You find peace in nature and the present moment. Emotionally intelligent individuals have a unique ability to find peace in the present moment. They can detach from the noise of the world and appreciate the simple beauty of life, often finding solace in nature or mindfulness practices. This ability to be present, coupled with the realization that happiness isn't found in material possessions or external accomplishments, signifies deep emotional maturity. The Stoic concept of living according to nature captures this perfectly. For the Stoics, living in harmony with nature was central to a virtuous life. This didn't simply refer to nature in the ecological sense, but also meant aligning oneself with the natural order of the universe, accepting what happens with grace and humility, knowing that everything unfolds as it should. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on nature's capacity to bring peace and clarity to his mind. In his Meditations, he would marvel at the effortless beauty of natural phenomena and use them as reminders of the grander scheme of life, which is largely beyond human control. By embracing nature's simplicity, the Stoics taught us to appreciate the present moment, free from emotional turbulence. When we look at emotional intelligence today, people who can detach from the materialistic chase and find contentment in simpler things, like a walk in the park or quiet reflection, are practicing an emotionally mature form of living according to nature. This trait not only strengthens emotional stability, but also promotes a deeper sense of gratitude and mindfulness. Sign 9. You handle criticism with grace. Handling criticism with grace is a true test of emotional maturity. Emotionally intelligent people understand that criticism, whether constructive or harsh, is part of life. Instead of letting negative feedback damage their self-esteem or provoke defensive reactions, they use it as an opportunity for growth. They recognize that not all criticism is valid, but when it is, they are open to change and improvement. The Stoic principle that correlates with this trait is the indifference to praise and criticism. Stoics believed that external validation, whether positive or negative, should not disturb one's inner tranquility. According to them, praise and criticism are external opinions over which we have no control. What matters is our internal state and whether our actions align with virtue. Epictetus, in his Discourses, frequently reminded his students that the opinions of others should not define their sense of self. Emotionally intelligent individuals adopt a similar mindset. They know that their worth is not determined by external judgments, but by how well they align with their personal values and principles. When we adopt this Stoic approach, we become more resilient in the face of criticism. Instead of seeking constant approval from others or being crushed by negative feedback, we develop a stable core, guided by our inner sense of purpose and virtue. Emotionally intelligent people can filter out the noise of others' opinions, focusing instead on their own path to improvement. Sign 10. You stay composed during conflict. Conflict is a natural part of life, whether it arises in personal relationships or in professional settings. Emotionally intelligent individuals distinguish themselves by their ability to remain composed and rational during these moments. Rather than allowing emotions like anger or frustration to take control, they maintain a calm demeanor, focusing on finding solutions rather than escalating tensions. In Stoic terms, this is captured by the principle of ataraxia, which refers to a state of freedom from emotional disturbance. The Stoics believed that external events and conflicts are often beyond our control, but how we respond to them is within our power. Achieving ataraxia meant maintaining inner calm, even when faced with adversity, criticism, or conflict. Marcus Aurelius, as a Roman emperor, faced immense pressures and conflicts, yet he consistently practiced maintaining a composed and measured response to even the most difficult situations. In his Meditations, he writes about the importance of pausing before reacting to external provocations, allowing reason to guide his actions rather than emotional impulse. Emotional intelligence, similarly, emphasizes composure during conflict. Emotionally mature individuals take a step back, assess the situation calmly, and respond in a way that de-escalates tensions while remaining true to their values. This emotional control not only resolves conflicts more effectively, but also fosters a sense of trust and respect from others. Now that we've explored the signs of emotional intelligence and how Stoic principles align with them, let's turn to practical steps for cultivating these traits in your own life. Stoicism offers a rich toolbox for developing emotional intelligence, helping us become more self-aware, composed, and empathetic individuals. In this section, we'll cover specific Stoic practices that can help you enhance your emotional intelligence. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "better every day" so I know you reached this far, and don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. Practical exercises to improve emotional intelligence. The first step to developing emotional intelligence is improving self-awareness. In Stoicism, self-awareness is considered a foundational element of wisdom. By regularly checking in with yourself and monitoring your emotional state, you can better understand how your emotions influence your actions and decisions. Stoic exercise. 1. Daily reflection, evening meditation. The Stoics, particularly Seneca, emphasized the importance of evening reflection. At the end of each day, they would take time to reflect on their actions, thoughts, and emotions. This practice helps cultivate self-awareness by forcing you to review where you acted emotionally or irrationally during the day and where you upheld your values. How to practice. At the end of the day, spend 5 to 10 minutes reflecting on your actions and emotional responses. Ask yourself, where did I let emotions control me today? What could I have done differently? Use this reflection to set goals for emotional improvement the next day. Affirm, building resilience against emotional triggers. One of the main goals of emotional intelligence is learning how to regulate emotions effectively, especially during stressful or triggering situations. In Stoicism, this is akin to building resilience against external events that might disturb our inner peace. Stoic exercise. 2. Negative visualization. Negative visualization, or premeditatio malorum, involves imagining the worst-case scenarios that could occur. This helps prepare your mind to deal with adversity by reducing the shock or emotional turmoil that might accompany such events. How to practice. Take a few minutes each morning to visualize challenges you might face during the day, such as conflicts at work or personal setbacks. Ask yourself, how will I handle these situations calmly and rationally? This mental preparation helps you regulate emotions when these events actually occur, allowing you to maintain composure and emotional control. Improving emotional regulation with Stoic teachings. Learning how to regulate emotions in real time is crucial for emotional intelligence. While mindfulness can help increase awareness, Stoicism provides specific techniques to maintain composure in difficult situations. Stoic exercise. 3. Cognitive distancing. Cognitive distancing is a Stoic technique that involves mentally stepping back from emotional reactions to see them for what they are, temporary and often irrational responses. By creating this mental space, you can evaluate situations more objectively. How to practice. When you feel a strong emotion, like anger or frustration, take a moment to pause and observe the feeling without acting on it. Remind yourself that emotions are just temporary responses to external stimuli. By distancing yourself from the emotion, you can respond more thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. This practice helps you maintain emotional control in high-stress situations, a critical aspect of both Stoicism and emotional intelligence. Cultivating empathy and social skills with Stoicism. Empathy and social skills are at the core of emotional intelligence, allowing us to connect meaningfully with others. Stoicism, while often associated with self-discipline and rationality, also places significant value on interpersonal relationships and understanding others. Stoic exercise. 4. Voluntary discomfort. One of the lesser-known Stoic practices is voluntary discomfort, purposely embracing situations of discomfort to build empathy for others. By experiencing discomfort yourself, you cultivate a deeper understanding of others' suffering and develop emotional resilience. How to practice. Periodically expose yourself to small, controlled discomforts, such as fasting for a day or sleeping on the floor. Reflect on how these experiences might give you insight into the challenges faced by others. This practice fosters empathy by encouraging you to understand and relate to the struggles of others. When combined with emotional intelligence, this Stoic exercise strengthens your capacity for empathy and improves your ability to connect with others on a deeper level. As we've seen, emotional intelligence and Stoicism are deeply intertwined, each reinforcing the other. By integrating Stoic practices into your emotional intelligence journey, you unlock additional benefits that not only improve your internal state, but also impact your external world. In this section, we'll explore the wide-ranging benefits of combining emotional intelligence with Stoic principles and how this synthesis can elevate your relationships, mental resilience, decision-making, and personal growth. Improved relationships. One of the most immediate benefits of emotional intelligence is the enhancement of personal and professional relationships. Emotionally intelligent individuals understand the nuances of emotions, both their own and others, and this awareness helps them navigate social interactions with greater skill. By incorporating Stoic principles like sympathia, the Stoic idea of interconnectedness and empathy, emotionally intelligent people develop a more profound sense of compassion and understanding toward others. Recognizing that everyone is part of a larger whole leads to better communication, stronger bonds, and healthier relationships. This Stoic perspective encourages a mindset of collaboration rather than competition, fostering trust and openness. Stoicism also teaches the importance of indifference to external validation. By not relying on the opinions of others to shape your emotional state, you can enter relationships with a sense of inner confidence and stability. This emotional self-sufficiency allows you to give more to your relationships because you're not dependent on external affirmation to feel fulfilled. Increased resilience. Resilience, the ability to bounce back from setbacks and adversity, is a hallmark of both emotional intelligence and Stoicism. Emotionally intelligent people do not crumble under pressure. Instead, they manage their emotions and find constructive ways to move forward. Stoicism adds to this resilience with its concept of amor fati dia, or love of fate. This teaching encourages us to embrace everything that happens, good or bad, as a necessary part of life. By adopting this mindset, you can transform difficulties into opportunities for growth. Stoicism teaches that obstacles are not roadblocks, but stepping stones toward wisdom and strength. This perspective enables emotionally intelligent individuals to see challenges not as threats, but as tools for self-improvement. With this Stoic resilience, emotional setbacks, such as failure, criticism, or disappointment, lose their sting. Instead of being overwhelmed by adversity, you learn to approach each obstacle with calm determination, accepting the situation as part of your journey. Better decision-making. Emotionally intelligent individuals are adept at making sound decisions, not because they suppress emotions, but because they understand them. Emotional intelligence allows you to factor in emotions without letting them dictate the outcome, leading to more balanced and well-considered choices. Stoicism complements this by teaching the importance of reason as the guiding force in all decisions. The Stoics believed that a clear, rational mind is essential for making choices that are aligned with virtue and purpose. By applying the Stoic practice of cognitive distancing, separating your immediate emotional reactions from the objective facts of a situation, you can make decisions that are both emotionally intelligent and deeply rational. In Stoicism, decision-making is also closely linked to the taco dichotomy of control. When faced with a difficult decision, Stoics remind themselves to focus only on what they can control. By applying this framework, emotionally intelligent individuals can avoid getting caught up in worries about external outcomes or other people's reactions, and instead focus on what they can influence, namely, their actions and attitudes. Personal growth and virtue. One of the ultimate goals of Stoicism is the pursuit of virtue, which Stoics believed was the highest good and the key to a meaningful life. Emotional intelligence plays a significant role in this pursuit by helping individuals navigate their internal world with greater clarity and purpose. When you are emotionally intelligent, you can better align your thoughts, actions, and emotions with your core values. By integrating Stoic teachings into your emotional intelligence journey, you deepen your commitment to personal growth and virtue. Stoicism teaches that true happiness and fulfillment come from living a life in accordance with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. These four cardinal virtues provide a moral framework that can guide your emotional intelligence, helping you grow not just emotionally, but also morally and ethically. With a Stoic approach to emotional intelligence, personal growth is not just about improving your emotional regulation or social skills. It's about becoming a better person in the most profound sense. By practicing Stoic principles like self-reflection and emotional discipline, you align your emotional intelligence with a higher purpose, striving for excellence in all areas of life. Developing emotional intelligence is a lifelong journey, and it's natural to encounter obstacles along the way. Whether it's impulsive reactions, negative self-talk, or difficulty understanding others' emotions, these challenges can slow your progress. However, Stoicism offers a wealth of practical tools for overcoming these roadblocks and continuing your growth toward emotional maturity. Nandu. Common obstacles to emotional intelligence. 1. Impulsivity. Many people struggle with impulsive emotional reactions, especially in high-stress situations. Whether it's anger, frustration, or anxiety, these emotions can quickly take over, leading to decisions you might later regret. 2. Self-doubt. Emotional intelligence requires confidence in your ability to manage your emotions, but self-doubt can sabotage this. Doubting your ability to handle emotions or social situations can lead to avoidance and insecurity. 3. Overwhelm. With so many emotional stimuli in modern life, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. Managing multiple stresses, emotions, and relationships can leave you feeling exhausted and out of control. How Stoicism helps overcome these challenges. 1.1. Impulsivity. Stoicism teaches pausing before reacting, a technique that is essential for overcoming impulsive reactions. By taking a moment to breathe and reflect before responding to a situation, you allow your rational mind to catch up with your emotional state. This simple practice helps prevent impulsive decisions driven by temporary emotions. 2. Self-doubt. The Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control is an antidote to self-doubt. When you remind yourself that you can control only your own actions and not external events, you free yourself from the burden of worrying about things beyond your influence. This empowers you to take control of your emotional responses and feel more confident in your emotional intelligence. 3. Overwhelm. Stoicism's emphasis on simplifying your life can help manage feelings of overwhelm. The Stoics believed in focusing only on what is essential, a practice that aligns well with emotional intelligence. By cutting out unnecessary distractions and obligations, you can create mental space to focus on managing your emotions and relationships effectively. Case studies: Stoicism in action. To illustrate how Stoicism can help overcome emotional challenges, let's look at a few historical and modern-day examples of individuals who applied Stoic principles in emotionally charged situations. First, Marcus Aurelius. As Emperor of Rome, Marcus Aurelius faced immense pressures, from military conflicts to political betrayals. Yet, in his meditations, we see how he used Stoic principles like the dichotomy of control and ataraxia to maintain emotional stability, even in the most challenging situations. His writings offer a blueprint for how to stay composed and rational under intense stress. 2. Viktor Frankl. Holocaust survivor. Viktor Frankl, influenced by Stoic thought, famously wrote that while we cannot control what happens to us, we can control how we respond. His experiences in concentration camps showed how powerful emotional resilience could be in the face of unimaginable adversity. Frankl's ability to maintain inner freedom, even in the darkest circumstances, is a testament to the power of Stoic emotional intelligence. 3. Modern leaders and athletes. Many modern leaders and athletes practice Stoicism to maintain emotional composure in high-pressure situations. From CEOs who must make quick, impactful decisions to athletes who face intense competition, Stoic practices like cognitive distancing and self-reflection have proven invaluable in maintaining emotional control and resilience. Conclusion and final reflections. In this video, we've explored the profound relationship between emotional intelligence and Stoicism, two powerful frameworks for personal growth. We identified 10 signs of emotional maturity and discussed how Stoic principles align with each one, offering practical strategies for enhancing emotional intelligence. From the ability to remain calm in conflict to understanding and managing your own emotions, Stoicism provides timeless wisdom that can enrich your emotional life. By applying Stoic practices such as cognitive distancing, daily reflection, and the acceptance of things beyond your control, you can elevate your emotional intelligence and lead a more intentional, fulfilling life. These tools not only improve your relationships and decision-making, but also guide you toward a life of virtue and purpose. Remember, developing emotional intelligence is a lifelong journey, and Stoicism offers a path toward continuous improvement. By incorporating these philosophies into your daily routine, you can build resilience, foster stronger connections, and live a life grounded in wisdom and emotional clarity. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of emotional intelligence through the lens of Stoicism. I hope this video has inspired you to reflect on your own emotional maturity and take steps to enhance it through these ancient yet highly relevant teachings. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more content on emotional intelligence, Stoicism, and personal development. Stay resilient, stay wise, and keep striving for excellence in all areas of life. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. Welcome to today's video, where we're diving into the powerful world of Stoicism and how it can shape your mornings for a better, more fulfilling life. Now, mornings are often the most chaotic time of the day for many people. You might wake up feeling stressed, immediately check your phone, and rush through your routine. But what if your mornings could be a time of reflection, growth, and purpose? That's where Stoicism comes in. If you're not familiar, Stoicism is an ancient philosophy that emerged from Greece and later flourished in Rome. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus believed in a life guided by reason, virtue, and the acceptance of what we cannot control. But more than that, Stoicism is about action. It's about how we live every single day. And what better time to start living intentionally than in the morning? In this video, I'm going to walk you through 10 unique morning habits that are grounded in Stoic philosophy. These aren't your run-of-the-mill habits like journaling or meditation that you may already know. We're going to dig into some lesser-known practices that were followed by great Stoics and other historical figures who embodied the Stoic spirit. These habits will help you embrace discomfort, sharpen your mind, and start your day with purpose. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. So let's get into it, starting with the first habit. Wake with the perspective of the transient nature of time. Let's start with a practice that immediately shifts your perspective and sets a tone for your day. Memento mori, remembering that you will die. I know it sounds morbid, but in reality, this habit is one of the most liberating you can develop. Each morning, before you get out of bed, remind yourself that your time is limited. You only have so many days to live, and today could be your last. This was a central idea in Stoic philosophy, particularly in the writings of Seneca. In his famous work, On the Shortness of Life, Seneca emphasized how we waste much of our time without realizing it. We live as if we have endless tomorrows, but in truth, time is slipping away. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest Stoic thinkers, started his mornings with this very reflection. He wrote in his Meditations about how we should live each day as if it were our last, not in a reckless way, but with a sense of urgency and purpose. Marcus Aurelius ruled one of the greatest empires in history, but even he didn't take a single day for granted. When you wake up, don't just hit the snooze button and drift through your morning routine. Instead, take a moment to remind yourself that time is fleeting. This practice isn't meant to fill you with dread. On the contrary, it's meant to help you appreciate every moment you have. When you understand that your time is limited, you stop wasting it on trivial things. You focus on what truly matters. How can you apply this? Start your morning by lying still for a minute or two and reflect on the fact that your time is finite. Ask yourself, if this were my last day, what would I want to accomplish? Use that reflection to prioritize your day. The tasks that don't matter will fall away, and the things that really make a difference will rise to the top of your list. This practice is powerful because it pushes you to take action and live fully in each moment. It's easy to get lost in daily distractions, but memento mori pulls you back to what's important. It builds a sense of urgency and appreciation, which can be the driving force behind everything you do throughout the day. Rehearse for obstacles. Next up is another core Stoic practice, but one that's not as commonly discussed: premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This habit is all about mentally preparing yourself for the difficulties that might arise during your day, even before you step out of bed. Picture this: you've just woken up, and before you get caught up in the rush of the day, you take a few moments to visualize the potential obstacles you might face. Maybe you anticipate a difficult meeting at work, a traffic jam, or a disagreement with a colleague. Instead of hoping these things won't happen, Stoicism encourages you to assume they will, and then plan how you'll respond calmly and effectively. Epictetus, one of the key figures in Stoicism, often emphasized that while we can't control external events, we can control how we respond to them. When we expect challenges, we aren't blindsided by them. Instead, we're prepared, and we maintain our composure when things don't go as planned. A great example of this practice comes from the life of Scipio Africanus, the famous Roman general. Although he wasn't a Stoic philosopher, his strategic approach to battle reflects this Stoic mindset. Before going into battle, Scipio would mentally rehearse the challenges he might face on the battlefield, the unexpected movements of the enemy, possible defeats, or the loss of soldiers. By doing this, he was always prepared for the worst and could adapt quickly when things didn't go according to plan. For you, this might mean anticipating an argument with a family member or visualizing a project at work not going smoothly. By imagining these scenarios in the morning and rehearsing your responses, you arm yourself with the mental strength to remain unfazed when things don't go as expected. How do you integrate this habit into your routine? It's simple. After you wake up, take a few minutes to scan your day. Ask yourself, what could go wrong today? But don't stop there. Also ask, how will I handle these situations with stoic calm and reason? By rehearsing these challenges in your mind, you will be better equipped to navigate them with grace and composure when they actually occur. This habit is like mental armor. It doesn't make the problems go away, but it helps you face them head-on without losing your peace of mind. In the chaos of life, premeditatio malorum helps you remain grounded and unshakable. Embrace voluntary discomfort. First thing now, let's dive into a habit that's all about building resilience: voluntary discomfort. The Stoics believed that exposing yourself to small, controlled discomforts made you stronger and more capable of handling bigger challenges down the road. In modern terms, we might call this resilience training. Seneca wrote extensively about the importance of practicing voluntary discomfort. He suggested that we should periodically deprive ourselves of luxuries to remind ourselves that we can live without them. This might mean sleeping on the floor for a night or fasting for a day. When we practice going without, we build mental and physical toughness. We realize that we don't need the things we've become so dependent on. Cato the Younger, one of the most respected Stoic figures, took this idea to heart. Despite his position as a prominent Roman senator, he deliberately wore simple, rough clothing and even walked barefoot through the streets to train himself to be indifferent to physical discomfort and public opinion. Cato's practice wasn't about showing off. It was about preparing his mind and body to endure hardships without complaint. So how can we apply this Stoic principle to our modern lives, especially in the morning? One way is through controlled physical discomfort, like taking a cold shower or exercising on an empty stomach. These small intentional discomforts force you out of your comfort zone and build resilience over time. Take a cold shower, for example. The moment that cold water hits your skin, your body wants to resist. But this is where Stoicism comes in. Instead of reacting with frustration or discomfort, you remain calm and accept it. You train your mind to stay composed in the face of adversity. Another way to practice this in the morning is by delaying breakfast. Try fasting for the first few hours of the day. This isn't just about physical health. It's about training your mind to control your cravings and impulses. By choosing to go without food for a short period, you remind yourself that you are in control of your desires, not the other way around. The beauty of this habit is that it's scalable. You don't need to start with extreme discomfort. You can begin with small steps, like turning the water slightly colder at the end of your shower or pushing your breakfast back by an hour. Over time, you'll find that these moments of voluntary discomfort strengthen your mental fortitude and help you remain steady when life throws bigger challenges your way. Conduct a brief sympathia meditation. As we continue building a Stoic morning routine, it's essential to expand your mind beyond your personal concerns and think of the bigger picture. That's where this next practice comes in, sympathia, or the understanding that all human beings and events are interconnected. This idea is central to Stoicism and can be a transformative way to start your day. Sympathia is the recognition that you are part of a larger whole, a web of interconnected people, nature, and events. The Stoics believed that by reminding ourselves of our place within this interconnected universe, we could cultivate compassion, patience, and a sense of duty to others. Marcus Aurelius frequently wrote about this in his Meditations, often reminding himself that his actions affect not only himself, but the entire community and the world. Starting your morning with a brief sympathia meditation helps broaden your perspective. Instead of focusing solely on your personal struggles or to-do list, this habit helps you remember that you are part of something larger than yourself. It shifts your mindset from a narrow, self-centered view to a more expansive, compassionate one. Imagine waking up and taking just 5 minutes to sit in stillness and reflect on your place in the universe. Think about how your actions today might ripple out to affect others, your family, your colleagues, even strangers. This reflection fosters a sense of shared responsibility and reminds you that we're all in this together. Historical examples of this practice include Marcus Aurelius, who often wrote about the importance of acting in service of the greater good. He saw himself not just as an emperor, but as a citizen of the world, responsible for the welfare of all. His decisions were not made in isolation, but with an understanding of their impact on the broader community. Why is this good for you? A daily sympathia meditation fosters a sense of connection and empathy, helping you navigate your day with more patience and compassion. It's easy to get caught up in your personal struggles, but this practice reminds you that your life is part of something much larger. It reduces feelings of isolation and self-centeredness, helping you approach life's challenges with a more balanced and generous mindset. To incorporate this habit into your morning routine, take a few minutes after waking up to reflect on your interconnectedness with others. You can sit quietly and think about how your actions today could benefit those around you. Consider your role within your family, community, and the world. This reflection helps you start your day with a sense of purpose and shared humanity, ready to contribute positively to the world around you. Fast until mid-morning. One of the central virtues of Stoicism is temperance, which refers to moderation and self-control. In the modern world, where instant gratification is everywhere, cultivating temperance is more important than ever. One way to practice this virtue in the morning is through intermittent fasting, a deliberate exercise in controlling your impulses. In Stoicism, temperance means not giving in to excess or allowing your desires to control you. Musonius Rufus, a Stoic philosopher and teacher of Epictetus, spoke frequently about the importance of self-discipline when it came to food and drink. He believed that by limiting your indulgences, you could strengthen your mind and body and become less dependent on external pleasures. For centuries, fasting has been a way to practice self-discipline. By delaying your first meal until mid-morning or even later, you train your body to live without immediate gratification. But more than that, you teach your mind to control your cravings. It's not about punishing yourself, it's about strengthening your willpower and reminding yourself that you don't need to give in to every desire. Musonius Rufus often recommended periods of fasting to his students as a way to exercise control over their desires. He believed that by mastering something as fundamental as hunger, you could learn to master other aspects of your life as well. In Stoic philosophy, controlling your impulses in small areas leads to greater self-mastery overall. Why is this habit good for you? Fasting not only strengthens your willpower, but also brings mental clarity. Many people find that when they fast, especially in the morning, they experience sharper focus and more energy. By practicing temperance first thing in the morning, you're setting a tone of self-discipline for the rest of your day. To apply this habit, try skipping breakfast or delaying it by a few hours. Drink water or tea to stay hydrated, but resist the urge to eat until later in the day. Use the time you would normally spend eating to reflect on your ability to control your desires. As you develop this practice, you'll find that it becomes easier to apply self-discipline in other areas of your life, from work to relationships. Perform a mental cognitive distancing exercise. One of the core teachings of Stoicism is the idea that we are not our thoughts or emotions. Epictetus famously said, "It is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them." This next habit is about practicing cognitive distancing, the ability to observe your thoughts without becoming attached to them. When you wake up in the morning, it's easy to get swept away by thoughts of what's to come, a stressful meeting, an argument with a partner, or a looming deadline. But what if, instead of reacting to these thoughts, you took a step back and simply observed them? That's what cognitive distancing is all about. In Stoicism, the ability to distance yourself from your thoughts is a key to maintaining emotional equilibrium. Epictetus often encouraged his students to remind themselves that external events are neutral. It's only our internal judgments that give them emotional weight. When you practice cognitive distancing, you're training your mind to separate fact from emotion, allowing you to respond rationally rather than react impulsively. Take a moment after waking to observe your thoughts. Instead of getting lost in them or believing that every thought is a reflection of reality, remind yourself that they are just thoughts. They come and go, and they don't define you. This practice helps you maintain perspective and avoid getting caught up in negative emotions or unproductive thought patterns. A modern example of this can be found in the work of Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist who was influenced by Stoic principles. Frankl observed that even in the most horrific circumstances, humans have the power to choose how they respond. He famously said, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response." Why is this habit good for you? Cognitive distancing helps you stay grounded and calm, even when stressful thoughts arise. It trains you to recognize that you are not your thoughts. You are the observer of your thoughts. This creates emotional distance, allowing you to respond to life's challenges with more clarity and control. To incorporate this habit, start your morning by sitting quietly and paying attention to your thoughts. When a thought arises, simply label it as a thought. Don't judge it or react to it. Just observe it and let it pass. This simple exercise will help you maintain emotional balance and a stoic calm throughout the day. Perform, practice, amor fati. Visualization. One of the most profound yet often overlooked Stoic principles is amor fati, or the love of fate. While Stoicism encourages accepting what happens in life, amor fati takes this a step further by teaching that we should not only accept our fate, but love it. This practice can be especially powerful when done in the morning as a way to mentally prepare for the day ahead. Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius both emphasize the importance of accepting whatever happens with grace and equanimity. But amor fati is about embracing your fate, no matter what it holds. Instead of merely tolerating difficulties, this principle encourages you to actively welcome them as necessary parts of your life's journey. When you love your fate, you see every experience, good or bad, as an opportunity for growth. In the morning after waking up, you can practice amor fati by visualizing not only the positive things that may happen throughout the day, but also the challenges. Visualize a difficult meeting, a frustrating commute, or an unexpected problem, and instead of dreading these events, Imagine yourself welcoming them. This is your fate, and it's exactly what you need to become the person you are meant to be. Marcus Aurelius practiced this daily. In his meditations, he often reflected on the nature of fate and how everything that happens is for the greater good of the universe. By embracing what comes, he found peace in the chaos of ruling an empire. This mindset allowed him to handle the immense pressures of leadership without becoming overwhelmed or resentful. Why is this habit good for you? By practicing amor fati each morning, you cultivate resilience and optimism. You stop resisting the inevitable challenges of life and instead see them as opportunities to grow stronger. This mindset helps you approach each day with enthusiasm, knowing that whatever happens is meant to shape you into a better version of yourself. To apply this practice, spend a few minutes in the morning visualizing both the positive and negative events that might occur. As you do, repeat to yourself, "I love my fate, whatever it brings." This simple phrase will shift your mindset from resistance to acceptance, helping you face the day with stoic courage and optimism. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "better" every day, so I know you reached this far, and don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. Choose to dress simply. Cultivate indifference to vanity. Let's move on to a more practical yet philosophically deep morning habit, dressing simply. In the modern world, a lot of emphasis is placed on appearance. People spend countless hours and money on clothing, makeup, and accessories, often in pursuit of approval from others. But Stoicism teaches that true confidence comes from within, not from external appearances. By dressing simply, you can practice indifference to vanity and focus on what truly matters, your character. Seneca often wrote about the dangers of vanity. He argued that those who are overly concerned with their appearance are slaves to the opinions of others. To be free, we must detach ourselves from the need for external validation. One way to do this is by choosing simple, functional clothing that serves its purpose without drawing unnecessary attention. Cato the Younger, one of Stoicism's most famous practitioners, was known for his simple dress. He deliberately wore plain, rough clothing, even in public, as a way to cultivate humility and indifference to societal expectations. Cato's focus was on virtue and integrity, not on how he appeared to others. Why is this habit good for you? By dressing simply, you remind yourself that your value doesn't come from your appearance, but from your actions and character. This practice frees you from the need for external validation and helps you focus on what truly matters in life. To incorporate this habit, choose simple, functional clothing each morning. Don't overthink your outfit or worry about how others will perceive you. Instead, focus on practicality and modesty. By doing this, you'll cultivate a sense of inner confidence and indifference to vanity, a core Stoic principle. Visualize your role as a citizen of the world. Our next habit focuses on a concept the Stoics called cosmopolitanism, the idea that we are all citizens of the world. This practice involves taking a few moments in the morning to reflect on your broader role as part of humanity, reminding yourself that your actions affect not only those immediately around you, but people all over the globe. This mindset helps you cultivate empathy, responsibility, and a sense of duty toward others. The Stoic philosopher Heracles is best known for explaining cosmopolitanism through the metaphor of concentric circles. He taught that we should imagine ourselves at the center of a series of expanding circles. The first circle includes your immediate family, the next your community, then your country, and finally all of humanity. Stoicism encourages us to gradually expand our concern from the innermost circle to the outer ones, seeing ourselves as part of a larger global community. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, frequently wrote about the interconnectedness of all people and how we are all part of a greater whole. He believed that by keeping this perspective, we could rise above selfish concerns and act in service of the greater good. In the morning after waking, you can practice this global perspective by reflecting on how your actions today might impact not just yourself or those immediately around you, but people across the world. This practice is about seeing the bigger picture and remembering that your role in life goes beyond your personal sphere. For example, how does the way you treat people at work ripple out to affect their families and communities? How can you contribute to a more just and compassionate world? Why is this habit good for you? By starting your day with a reminder of your role as a global citizen, you cultivate a sense of shared responsibility. This helps you approach your daily interactions with more empathy and care, recognizing that your actions have far-reaching consequences. It also helps you overcome self-centered thinking and fosters a mindset of service to others. To incorporate this habit, take a few minutes each morning to reflect on your role in the larger world. Think about how your actions, decisions, and even your attitude affect the broader community. Visualize the concentric circles of your influence, from your immediate family to the world as a whole, and remind yourself of your responsibility to contribute positively. Morning, sunlight exposure. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is living in harmony with nature. The Stoics believed that aligning ourselves with the natural world is key to living a virtuous and fulfilling life. One simple yet powerful way to start aligning with nature is by exposing yourself to sunlight first thing in the morning. The Stoics viewed nature as a guiding force, and they believed that by observing and aligning with natural rhythms, we can live more peacefully and purposefully. Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism, often taught outdoors, embracing the elements as part of his philosophical practice. Marcus Aurelius also wrote about nature frequently in his Meditations, reminding himself that he was part of the natural order and should act accordingly. Morning sunlight is not only a way to connect with nature, but also a practical tool for regulating your body's internal clock, known as the circadian rhythm. Exposure to natural light in the morning helps reset your circadian rhythm, which improves sleep, boosts mood, and increases energy throughout the day. Why is this habit good for you? By stepping outside into the morning sunlight, you're not just waking up your body, you're also reminding yourself that you are part of the natural world. This simple practice helps you stay grounded, boosts your mood, and connects you with the Stoic principle of living in harmony with nature. To incorporate this habit, step outside for 10 to 15 minutes after waking. Spend this time in natural sunlight, whether you're taking a short walk or simply sitting quietly and observing your surroundings. Use this time to reflect on your connection to the world around you and remind yourself that you are part of the larger natural order. Set an intention for virtuous action, a morning mantra. In Stoicism, virtuous action is the path to a meaningful and fulfilling life. The Stoics believed that by living in accordance with virtue, specifically the four cardinal virtues of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, we can find happiness and peace of mind. A powerful way to set the tone for your day is by choosing a specific virtue to focus on and setting an intention to embody that virtue in your actions. This practice was used by the Stoics to ensure that their daily actions were aligned with their values. Marcus Aurelius, for example, often reflected on the importance of virtue in his morning routine, reminding himself to act with justice, courage, wisdom, and temperance in all his decisions as emperor. He would reflect on how each moment was an opportunity to live virtuously, regardless of the challenges he faced. In the modern world, setting an intention for virtuous action is a way to ground yourself in the principles that matter most. Instead of going through your day on autopilot, this practice helps you remain mindful of your values and encourages you to act with integrity. Why is this habit good for you? Setting a morning intention focused on virtue helps you stay aligned with your deepest values throughout the day. It reduces the likelihood of getting caught up in trivial concerns or reacting impulsively to challenges. Instead, you approach situations with clarity and purpose, guided by the virtue you've chosen to focus on. To apply this habit, start by choosing one of the 4 Stoic virtues each morning: wisdom, courage, justice, or temperance. For example, if you choose courage, you might remind yourself to be brave in the face of uncertainty or to speak up when it's necessary. If you choose temperance, you might focus on practicing self-control in your decisions. After selecting your virtue, spend a few moments repeating an intention or mantra to yourself, such as, "Today, I will act with wisdom in all I do." This will serve as a mental anchor, helping you navigate your day with virtue in mind. Nasa. Review your day in advance. Another powerful Stoic habit for the morning is what I like to call prospective reflection. While Stoicism is often associated with reflection at the end of the day, the morning offers a unique opportunity to look ahead and mentally prepare for what's to come. This practice is about taking a few moments to review the upcoming events, tasks, and interactions of the day, and preemptively planning how you will approach them with Stoic composure. Marcus Aurelius frequently used this technique in his Meditations. He would remind himself that throughout the day he would encounter difficult people, unexpected challenges, and temptations. By anticipating these events in advance, Marcus was better prepared to meet them with calm, rational responses instead of being swept away by emotion or frustration. This habit is similar to premeditatio malorum, which we discussed earlier, but it's more focused on positive action. Instead of just rehearsing potential difficulties, you are actively planning how you will embody Stoic virtues during your day. For example, if you know you have a stressful meeting later, you can decide in advance to approach it with patience and understanding. Or if you have a busy day ahead, you might remind yourself to stay focused and maintain your composure. Why is this habit good for you? By reviewing your day in advance, you reduce anxiety and mentally prepare yourself for the challenges ahead. This habit helps you maintain control over your emotions and ensures that your actions are aligned with your values and principles. Instead of reacting to events as they happen, you proactively decide how to handle them with Stoic wisdom. To incorporate this habit, spend a few minutes after waking up reviewing the key events of your day. Think about the interactions you will have, the tasks you need to complete, and any potential stresses. As you do, plan how you will approach each situation with patience, wisdom, and emotional control. This simple practice will set the tone for a calmer, more intentional day. Practice voluntary simplicity. The final habit in our Stoic morning routine is the practice of voluntary simplicity. This concept goes beyond dressing simply. It's about starting your day with as little complexity and excess as possible. The Stoics believed that unnecessary indulgence in luxuries and distractions leads to a cluttered mind, while simplicity fosters clarity and focus. Seneca, in his writings, emphasized the importance of living simply, warning against the dangers of overindulgence and material excess. He argued that true happiness comes not from accumulating wealth or possessions, but from cultivating a calm and focused mind. By practicing simplicity, we remind ourselves that we don't need external luxuries to be content. In modern life, starting your morning with simplicity might mean avoiding technology for the first hour, choosing not to clutter your space with unnecessary items, or keeping your morning routine as streamlined as possible. Instead of rushing through a hectic morning filled with distractions, you can deliberately create a calm, minimalist environment that helps you focus on what truly matters. Why is this habit good for you? Voluntary simplicity helps you clear mental and physical clutter, allowing you to start the day with focus and purpose. It encourages you to be more intentional about what you consume, whether that's food, media, or material possessions, and fosters a sense of contentment with less. To incorporate this habit, try reducing unnecessary distractions in your morning routine. For example, you might decide to keep your phone in another room during breakfast, or opt for a simple, nourishing meal instead of something more elaborate. Simplify your surroundings and focus on the essentials, whether that's spending time in quiet reflection or taking care of your most important tasks. By starting the day with simplicity, you cultivate a Stoic mindset of moderation and clarity. Conclusion: integrating Stoic wisdom into your morning. As we wrap up this video, let's take a moment to reflect on the 10 Stoic-based morning habits we've explored. These practices go beyond simple routines. They are deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy and designed to help you live a more intentional, virtuous life. From memento mori to practicing voluntary discomfort, each habit is meant to strengthen your mind, build resilience, and help you approach the day with clarity and purpose. By starting your day with these Stoic habits, you set a strong foundation for the rest of your day. You're more prepared to face challenges, more in control of your emotions, and more focused on what truly matters. Whether it's practicing gratitude, reflecting on your role as a citizen of the world, or embracing the natural world through sunlight exposure, each habit brings you closer to living in harmony with the Stoic principles of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Remember, these habits don't need to be overwhelming or time-consuming. Start small, maybe pick 1 or 2 to try this week, and gradually build from there. The key is consistency. The more you practice these habits, the more you will see the benefits in your daily life. Stoicism is about living with virtue and purpose, and there's no better time to start than in the morning. By integrating these practices into your routine, you're not just improving your mornings, you're cultivating a Stoic mindset that will carry you through every challenge and triumph the day brings. Thank you for joining me on this journey through Stoic morning habits. I hope these ideas inspire you to create a more mindful, intentional morning routine. Stay resilient and remember, you have everything within you to live with virtue and strength. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. In a world where we often face challenging situations that test our patience, judgment, and composure, mastering psychological techniques to handle these situations effectively can be incredibly empowering. Controlling a situation doesn't necessarily mean manipulating people. Instead, it involves understanding the dynamics of human behavior, anticipating reactions, and responding with clarity and insight. It means knowing how to influence interactions in a way that brings about the best possible outcome for everyone involved. Ancient philosophers like Epictetus, Laozi, and even more modern thinkers like Viktor Frankl have shown us how psychological strategies rooted in timeless philosophies can help us remain calm, composed, and in control. The techniques we'll be exploring today derive from these philosophies, integrating methods to help you build emotional resilience, cultivate awareness, and develop the ability to control various situations with grace and wisdom. Throughout this video, we'll dive into 11 powerful psychological techniques. These techniques draw from Stoicism, Taoism, existentialism, humanistic psychology, and even Buddhist teachings, all of which can help you gain the upper hand in difficult interactions. But remember, these aren't tricks to manipulate or deceive others. Instead, they are tools for cultivating a strong, grounded self that can handle whatever comes its way with integrity and intention. Not only will we discuss how to implement these techniques in daily life, but we'll also talk about how to recognize when someone else might be using them. This awareness can provide you with a level of insight that prevents you from being swayed or controlled by others and allows you to remain centered in any situation. Let's dive into these techniques, starting with one of the most foundational aspects of control and influence: emotional regulation through Stoicism. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. 1. Emotional regulation through Stoicism. The ability to manage and regulate your emotions is essential when it comes to influencing any situation. Emotions often act as internal guides, showing us what matters, but they can also cloud our judgment, especially when we're under pressure. The Stoics understood this all too well. Epictetus, one of the great Stoic philosophers, taught that people are not disturbed by things, but by the views they take of them. What does this mean? Essentially, it's not the situations themselves that provoke emotional reactions, but rather our interpretations of those situations. In today's world, emotional regulation is more valuable than ever. Constant connectivity and the speed at which information flows often mean that we're bombarded by stimuli that trigger emotional responses. Practicing emotional regulation, as the Stoics did, allows you to remain calm and composed no matter what happens around you. This technique is especially useful in high-stress situations, like a confrontation at work or a difficult conversation with a loved one. Emotional regulation through Stoicism involves a few key practices: premeditation of adversity, reframing, and focusing on what you can control. The Stoics believed in a technique called premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This practice involves mentally preparing yourself for possible challenges before they happen. For example, if you have an important meeting or conversation coming up, you might take a few moments to imagine potential outcomes, both good and bad. By acknowledging these scenarios, you're less likely to be surprised or overwhelmed if things don't go as planned. Another core element is reframing. When something goes wrong, a Stoic asks themselves, how can I view this situation in a way that's constructive? Imagine you're caught in heavy traffic on the way to an important event. Instead of allowing frustration to build, you could reframe the situation as an opportunity to practice patience or catch up on an inspiring audiobook. By actively choosing a new perspective, you control how you experience the situation, thus maintaining emotional equilibrium. Finally, there's the principle of controlling what you can and letting go of the rest. The Stoics taught that the only things we truly control are our own actions, thoughts, and responses. Everything else, whether it's another person's reaction, the weather, or unexpected delays, is beyond our control. By focusing solely on what you can influence, you conserve your energy and remain resilient, even in the face of difficulties. Emotional regulation is incredibly versatile and can be applied in nearly any situation. In professional settings, it's particularly useful during high-stakes meetings, presentations, or negotiations, where staying calm and collected can give you a strategic advantage. For instance, in a negotiation, the more composed you are, the more likely you'll be to listen actively, think critically, and respond effectively. It's equally valuable in personal relationships, where emotions often run high. If you're having a heated discussion with a partner, practicing emotional regulation can help you keep the conversation constructive rather than reactive. By keeping your emotions in check, you're more likely to communicate with empathy and find common ground. Now, it's not just about using this technique yourself. It's also essential to recognize when someone else is using it. If you notice that someone remains exceptionally calm in a stressful situation or appears unfazed by external chaos, it could be a sign they're practicing emotional regulation. Another clue is if they're quick to reframe setbacks or see them as opportunities. When you observe someone who doesn't easily react or get flustered, they're likely applying Stoic principles to control the situation. 2. The power of silence, from Taoism. Silence is often underrated in a culture that celebrates constant communication and instant responses. Yet, silence can be a profound tool for influence and control. Taoism, an ancient Chinese philosophy, teaches that true power often lies not in action, but in non-action, a concept known as Wu Wei. Taoist sages like Laozi emphasize that silence has the potential to create space, inviting others to reveal more than they might otherwise. By practicing silence, you allow conversations to develop organically, giving you the opportunity to observe and assess. When you refrain from speaking, you invite the other person to fill the void, often leading them to disclose information they might not have shared otherwise. This technique can also disarm people, as many individuals are uncomfortable with silence and feel compelled to talk, revealing thoughts or emotions they would typically keep guarded. The power of silence works through psychological discomfort and the natural human tendency to fill gaps in conversation. Imagine you're in a job interview, and after the interviewer has asked a question, you respond concisely and then remain silent. Instead of nervously adding more to your answer, you hold eye contact and stay composed. The silence might prompt the interviewer to reveal additional information about the role, the team dynamics, or even share their thoughts on your suitability for the position. In other words, silence grants you the advantage of patience. While others scramble to fill the empty space, you remain composed and attentive, gathering insights that can inform your next move. Another aspect of silence is that it signals confidence. When you're comfortable with silence, you show that you don't need to prove yourself through words alone. This can be incredibly powerful in establishing authority and respect. The power of silence is particularly effective in situations where you want to observe and gather information. It's useful during negotiations, where silence can compel the other party to rethink their position or offer additional concessions. For instance, if you're negotiating a salary and your employer offers a figure, you might respond with a polite, "I see," followed by silence. In many cases, this will prompt them to clarify or even increase their offer, as they feel compelled to fill the quiet with a better response. This technique is also effective in tense conversations, whether with colleagues, family members, or friends. Instead of reacting immediately to a critical comment or heated question, try pausing. The silence allows you to gather your thoughts, and it often makes the other person reflect on what they've said. This can lead to more productive discussions and fewer misunderstandings. If someone is using silence against you, you may feel a subtle pressure to keep talking or justify yourself. Be mindful if someone remains silent after you've shared your opinion or made a statement. They may be creating space to see how much more you'll reveal. It can be helpful to recognize this tactic so you don't inadvertently disclose more than intended. When you sense someone is using silence strategically, remember to stay composed and avoid filling the silence unless you're ready to share thoughtfully. 3. Reflective listening. Reflective listening is a technique often associated with humanistic psychology, particularly in the work of Carl Rogers, one of the founders of the approach. This technique involves truly understanding and empathizing with the other person's perspective, which can establish a deep level of trust and influence. Reflective listening isn't just about passively hearing words. It's about actively engaging, processing, and feeding back what you've understood. When someone feels deeply understood, they are more likely to open up, consider your point of view, and even be influenced by your suggestions. By reflecting back what they've said, you signal that you're invested in the conversation and that their feelings matter. This can be especially effective in conflict resolution, as it helps diffuse tension and brings emotional clarity to the interaction. Reflective listening works through a process of validation and clarification. By restating what the other person has said, you provide them with an opportunity to correct, expand, or affirm their feelings. For example, if someone says, "I've been feeling overwhelmed with work lately," a reflective listener might respond, "It sounds like you're dealing with a lot of stress at work, and it's starting to feel unmanageable." This simple reflection can make the other person feel seen and understood, encouraging them to share even more. In essence, reflective listening works as a mirror. It reflects the other person's words and emotions back to them, which helps them feel validated and respected. This can be particularly impactful in situations where emotions are running high, as reflective listening has the power to de-escalate and calm. It's also an invaluable tool for building rapport and establishing a sense of mutual understanding. Reflective listening is invaluable in both personal and professional settings. In personal relationships, it can be used during difficult conversations to show empathy and understanding. For example, if a friend is upset about a breakup, reflective listening can help them feel heard without the need for you to offer unsolicited advice. By simply acknowledging their feelings, you provide a safe space for them to process their emotions. Professionally, reflective listening is particularly useful in leadership and customer service roles. When a colleague or client expresses frustration, responding with reflective listening can transform the interaction from adversarial to cooperative. Suppose a client says, "I'm really unhappy with the product because it didn't meet my expectations." Instead of reacting defensively, a reflective listener might respond, "I understand that the product didn't meet your expectations. It sounds like there were specific features you were hoping for that weren't there." This acknowledgement can diffuse the situation and create an opening for constructive dialogue. If someone is using reflective listening on you, you may notice that they frequently restate or paraphrase your words. This is generally a positive thing, as it shows they're engaged and empathetic. However, if you suspect someone is using reflective listening manipulatively, be cautious if they're subtly steering the conversation in a specific direction. They may be trying to encourage you to reveal more, or they might be framing your words in a way that aligns with their agenda. Recognizing reflective listening can help you maintain control over what you choose to share. 4. The power of reframing, cognitive psychology. Reframing is a psychological technique grounded in cognitive psychology that involves changing the way you view a situation, thereby altering its meaning. By shifting perspective, you can transform how you feel about and respond to a given scenario. This is a valuable skill because our emotions often follow our interpretations. When we're able to reframe a situation, we can control our emotional response and steer the outcome in a more favorable direction. Reframing can be used in various situations to reduce stress, increase resilience, and maintain control. It's particularly useful when faced with challenges or setbacks that initially seem negative. For example, imagine you're assigned an overwhelming project at work. Instead of viewing it as an impossible burden, you might reframe it as an opportunity to demonstrate your abilities and learn new skills. This perspective not only changes your emotional response, but also motivates you to tackle the project with a proactive attitude. The power of reframing lies in the concept of cognitive restructuring. Cognitive psychology teaches us that our thoughts influence our emotions, which in turn affect our behaviors. By changing the narrative we attach to a particular event, we change our emotional reaction to it. This is the foundation of cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, which helps individuals identify and alter distorted thinking patterns. For instance, if you make a mistake during a presentation, you might initially think, "I'm a failure. I can't do anything right." This thought can lead to feelings of shame and incompetence. However, by reframing, you can shift to a different perspective. This was a learning experience that will make my next presentation even stronger. This new interpretation generates feelings of growth and resilience, allowing you to move forward constructively. Reframing is particularly useful in situations where you're experiencing negative emotions that could hinder your ability to perform. In high-stress environments, such as during exams, job interviews, or public speaking, reframing can help alleviate anxiety. By viewing these events as opportunities for personal growth rather than tests of your worth, you empower yourself to approach them with a positive mindset. It's also effective in interpersonal conflicts. If someone criticizes your work, instead of feeling attacked, you might reframe it as a chance to gain constructive feedback and improve. Reframing can shift the dynamic from adversarial to collaborative, allowing you to maintain a sense of control and professionalism. When someone is reframing against you, they may attempt to put a positive spin on a negative situation, possibly to downplay its significance or encourage you to see things their way. For example, if a colleague tries to reframe an increased workload by saying, "Think of it as a way to show the team what you're capable of," they may be trying to get you to accept the situation more readily. While reframing can be genuinely supportive, it's essential to recognize when someone might be using it to sway your perception for their benefit. 5. Anchoring, behavioral psychology. Anchoring is a psychological technique based on the principle that people tend to rely heavily on the first piece of information they receive, the anchor, when making decisions. This concept is often used in behavioral psychology and is frequently applied in negotiations, marketing, and interpersonal persuasion. When you anchor a conversation or situation with a specific point, you effectively influence the frame of reference for the discussion, guiding others toward a conclusion that aligns with your goals. For example, when making a salary proposal, an employee might start by stating a high number. This high number serves as the anchor, influencing the employer's perception and making a slightly lower, more reasonable number seem like a compromise, even though it may still be higher than the employer originally intended to offer. Anchoring takes advantage of a cognitive bias where individuals give disproportionate weight to the first piece of information presented to them. This initial number or idea creates a reference point which subtly shapes how all subsequent information is interpreted. Even if new evidence contradicts the anchor, people often unconsciously adjust their views around it. Anchoring can also be applied to guide someone's perception in non-monetary situations. For instance, in a conversation, you might start by mentioning a significant positive detail about your work on a project. This creates an anchor that positions you as capable and diligent, which can influence how the other person perceives the rest of the information you share. Anchoring is highly effective in any negotiation scenario, such as salary discussions, contract agreements, or even day-to-day transactions. If you're negotiating the price of a car, you might begin by referencing a high-end model with specific features. This sets a high anchor, making the car you're actually interested in appear more affordable by comparison. Anchoring helps set the tone and makes your desired outcome seem more reasonable. It can also be useful in team meetings or collaborative projects. By anchoring the discussion around a specific goal or expectation, you guide the team's focus, ensuring everyone's ideas and contributions align with the intended outcome. This approach keeps the conversation productive and centered on shared objectives. If you notice someone leading a conversation with an unusually high or low number, they're likely setting an anchor. In these situations, take a step back and consider whether that initial figure is realistic or whether it might be skewing your perception. If a colleague begins a project discussion by mentioning an exceedingly high budget, they could be anchoring the conversation to make their preferred, slightly lower budget seem more reasonable. Being aware of anchors can help you question the validity of the information presented and form your own objective conclusions. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "better every day" so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. 6. The disarming technique, nonviolent communication. The disarming technique, derived from nonviolent communication, NVC, is about finding a kernel of truth in the other person's perspective, even if you disagree with them. By validating their feelings or perspective, you diffuse tension, foster empathy, and create a collaborative atmosphere. This technique is particularly effective when you're faced with criticism or when you need to de-escalate a confrontation. For example, if someone accuses you of not listening, instead of getting defensive, you might respond by saying, "I can see how it felt that way, and I'm sorry. I want to understand your concerns better." This response acknowledges their feelings and opens the door to a constructive conversation rather than a heated argument. The disarming technique works by addressing the emotional needs behind the other person's statements. Many arguments escalate because people feel that their emotions are being dismissed or invalidated. When you acknowledge the other person's perspective, even if it's only in part, you show that you respect their feelings and take them seriously. This technique draws on the psychological principle of validation. Validation doesn't mean you agree with everything they're saying. It simply means that you recognize their right to feel the way they do. By doing this, you lower the defenses and create a space where both parties can communicate more openly. The disarming technique is particularly useful in conflict resolution, whether in the workplace or in personal relationships. If a co-worker feels you didn't contribute enough to a project, instead of arguing, you could say, "I understand that it seemed like I wasn't as involved, and I apologize if it came across that way. I'm committed to making sure our work is balanced in the future." This acknowledgement makes the co-worker feel heard and respected, setting the stage for a more productive discussion. You can also use this technique in customer service interactions. When dealing with a frustrated client, acknowledging their concerns first can turn the conversation in a positive direction. For example, If a customer is angry about a delayed delivery, you might say, "I completely understand why you're upset, and I would feel the same way. Let's see what we can do to make this right." When someone is using the disarming technique on you, they may initially agree with part of your argument or validate your feelings, even if they hold an opposing view. This is often a sign that they're trying to defuse the situation and encourage a more cooperative dialogue. While this technique is usually well-intentioned, be aware that it can also be used strategically to redirect the conversation. If you sense someone validating your feelings while gently steering you in a different direction, they may be using this technique to establish rapport before presenting their own perspective. 7. Mirroring, rapport-building technique. Mirroring is a subtle but powerful rapport-building technique that involves mimicking the other person's body language, tone of voice, or verbal style. This technique, rooted in the psychological concept of rapport, is often used unconsciously in social interactions. However, when done intentionally, mirroring can create a sense of connection and trust, making the other person feel more comfortable and receptive to your ideas. For instance, if the person you're speaking to crosses their arms, you might casually do the same a few moments later. This subtle mimicry can make them feel that you're on the same wavelength. In conversations, mirroring can be as simple as repeating back key phrases they use or adjusting your tone to match theirs. Mirroring works on a subconscious level, tapping into a concept known as the chameleon effect. People naturally like those who are similar to them, and mirroring creates a sense of similarity. When you match someone's body language or speaking style, you signal to them that you're attuned to their state of mind. This can create a sense of rapport and foster trust, as people often interpret these subtle cues as signs of empathy and understanding. Mirroring also activates mirror neurons in the brain, which are associated with empathy. When someone sees you reflecting their behavior, they may feel a stronger emotional connection to you, as their brain interprets this as a shared experience. Mirroring is particularly effective in situations where building rapport is essential, such as job interviews, sales meetings, or first dates. In a job interview, subtly mirroring the interviewer's posture or tone can create a sense of familiarity and ease, making you appear more likable. In sales, mirroring the client's speaking style can make them feel more understood, increasing the likelihood of a successful transaction. In personal relationships, mirroring can enhance connection and intimacy. When engaging in a serious conversation with a friend or partner, mirroring their tone and gestures can convey that you're fully engaged and emotionally aligned with them. If you notice someone adopting similar body language, tone, or phrasing as you, they may be consciously or unconsciously mirroring you. While mirroring is generally a sign of rapport, it can also be used strategically to influence you. If someone is mirroring you too closely or seems to be copying your actions in an unnatural way, they may be attempting to build rapport quickly to gain your trust. Recognizing mirroring can help you remain aware of how it influences your perception of the other person. 8. Tactical empathy, emotional intelligence. Tactical empathy is a technique that involves actively understanding and acknowledging another person's feelings and perspectives, not to agree, but to gain insight into their motivations. This technique, often used in negotiation and conflict resolution, is a core component of emotional intelligence. Tactical empathy goes beyond simply listening. It's about putting yourself in the other person's shoes and considering their emotional state to guide the conversation more effectively. For example, in a negotiation, you might say, "I understand that budget constraints are a big concern for you right now." This statement shows the other party that you're aware of their position, creating a foundation for a more cooperative dialogue. Tactical empathy works by validating the other person's emotions, which helps them feel understood and respected. When people feel acknowledged, they're often more open to discussion and compromise. This technique is grounded in the psychology of emotional validation, where recognizing someone's feelings reduces their need to defend their position and opens the door to influence. This approach draws on the principles of emotional intelligence, particularly empathy and social awareness. By demonstrating that you understand the other person's perspective, you encourage them to be more receptive to your ideas. Tactical empathy also fosters trust, as it shows you're genuinely interested in their viewpoint, not just focused on your own agenda. Tactical empathy is valuable in negotiation, mediation, and conflict resolution. If you're negotiating a deal, acknowledging the other party's concerns can lead to a more productive outcome. For example, if a client expresses frustration about a project timeline, you might respond by saying, "I understand that timing is crucial for you. Let's discuss how we can align the schedule with your needs." This empathy creates a sense of partnership, allowing both parties to work toward a mutually beneficial solution. This technique is also useful in personal relationships. If a friend is upset about a decision you made, showing tactical empathy can help you diffuse the situation. By saying, "I see that this decision has affected you, and I want to understand your perspective," you demonstrate that you value their feelings and are open to constructive dialogue. When someone uses tactical empathy on you, they'll likely make statements that acknowledge and validate your feelings, even if they don't necessarily agree with your perspective. This can be positive, as it often leads to more meaningful conversations. However, if someone is repeatedly validating your emotions in a way that feels insincere, they may be using tactical empathy to gain your trust or to steer the conversation. Recognizing tactical empathy can help you gauge the other person's intentions and decide whether to open up fully or remain cautious. 9. Silence and pausing. Stoicism. Silence and strategic pausing is a tactic rooted in Stoic philosophy. Stoicism teaches us that silence is a tool for control. When you pause before responding, you give yourself a chance to consider your words carefully, ensuring they align with your goals. Pausing not only creates a sense of authority and calm, but it also allows you to remain composed, preventing emotions from dictating your response. In moments of conflict or intense discussions, silence can serve as a power move, signaling that you are unfazed and thoughtful. For instance, in a heated discussion, instead of responding immediately to a provocative statement, taking a moment of silence allows the other person's words to linger, often causing them to second-guess themselves. Pausing briefly before responding to a question can also make you appear more thoughtful and measured, which can build your credibility. Silence and pausing work by creating a sense of anticipation and encouraging the other person to fill the quiet with their thoughts or justifications. This is especially useful in situations where you want the other person to reveal more information. The psychology behind this technique is based on the discomfort people often feel when faced with silence. By remaining quiet, you signal that you're in control, and others will often interpret your silence as wisdom, strength, or even mystery. In Stoicism, silence serves another purpose. It allows you to avoid speaking impulsively, which can lead to regret or emotional turmoil. The Stoics believed in measured, intentional speech as a means of maintaining control over one's emotions and actions. By practicing silence, you create a buffer that prevents you from reacting emotionally, giving you the chance to respond thoughtfully. This technique is particularly effective in high-stakes meetings, interviews, and negotiations. If you're asked a tough question, take a pause before responding. This not only gives you time to formulate a thoughtful answer, but also signals that you're composed and confident. Silence is also powerful when dealing with people who try to provoke you emotionally. By refusing to react immediately, you avoid being drawn into their emotional agenda and maintain control over the interaction. You can also use silence in personal relationships when discussing sensitive topics. Instead of jumping in to defend yourself, pause after the other person speaks. This shows that you're listening and allows you to consider your response carefully. Silence can help diffuse tension and create a calmer, more respectful dialogue. When someone uses silence against you, they might remain quiet after you've spoken, compelling you to fill the silence. If you find yourself talking more than usual to break the quiet, they may be using this technique to gather more information or observe your reactions. Recognizing this can help you maintain control by staying comfortable with the silence and not feeling pressured to continue talking. Do so. 10. The contrast principle. Persuasion psychology. The contrast principle is a persuasion technique grounded in the psychological principle that people tend to make decisions based on relative comparisons rather than absolute values. This technique is often used in sales and negotiations, where the presentation of contrasting options can influence people's choices. By presenting two or more options, one of which is less desirable, you make the option you actually prefer seem more attractive by comparison. For instance, if you're negotiating a salary, you might start by mentioning a high-end offer from another company. By comparison, your current offer may then seem more reasonable, even if it's higher than initially expected. Similarly, if you're trying to persuade someone to make a decision, presenting a less favorable alternative first can make your preferred choice seem much more appealing. The contrast principle leverages the psychology of decision-making by presenting options in a specific sequence. When faced with a less favorable option first, people are more likely to view the following option as better by contrast, even if they would have considered it mediocre in isolation. This technique is based on perceptual bias, where people's evaluations are influenced by comparisons with surrounding stimuli. In negotiations, the contrast principle works by creating a reference point, or anchor, that makes the next option seem preferable. For example, if you're selling a service, you might present a high-priced package first. Once the customer sees the cost of the premium option, the more reasonably priced option will appear more affordable, increasing the likelihood of a sale. The contrast principle is highly effective in sales, negotiations, and any situation where you need to persuade someone to make a choice. In a business setting, if you're proposing a project budget, you might initially present a higher cost option with more features. Afterward, when you show a more affordable option with fewer features, it seems like a compromise, increasing the chances that your preferred budget will be approved. This technique is also useful in personal scenarios. If you're planning a vacation with friends, you might first suggest an expensive destination before presenting a more affordable but equally enjoyable option. By comparison, the second choice seems like a better value, making it more likely that your friends will agree to it. When someone presents you with an option that seems outrageously high or low before offering a more moderate alternative, they may be using the contrast principle to make the second choice appear more favorable. By being aware of this, you can evaluate each option objectively and avoid being swayed by comparisons. Take a moment to assess whether the second option is truly reasonable or simply appears so because of the contrast. Befertendas. 11. The illusion of choice. Influence psychology. The illusion of choice is a psychological tactic that involves giving people the perception of freedom by presenting them with multiple options, all of which lead to the same outcome. This technique is commonly used in sales, negotiations, and management, where it's essential to guide someone toward a particular decision without making them feel coerced. By offering a range of choices, you allow people to feel in control, even though all options align with your desired outcome. For example, if you're a manager assigning a task, you might say, "Would you prefer to start on the report today or tomorrow?" While the employee feels they have a choice, both options achieve your objective of having the report completed on time. This technique ensures cooperation by providing a sense of autonomy, even within predetermined boundaries. The illusion of choice works by creating the appearance of freedom, which is often enough to satisfy people's need for control. Humans have an inherent desire for autonomy, and when given a choice, they feel more invested in the decision-making process. This technique relies on the psychological concept of the choice paradox, where the simple act of choosing can create satisfaction, even if the choices are limited or lead to the same result. By framing a situation with two or more options, you allow the other person to make a decision within parameters that serve your interests. This approach is particularly effective in maintaining positive relationships, as it reduces resistance by fostering a sense of empowerment. The illusion of choice is useful in situations where you want to guide someone's decision subtly. In a customer service role, you might ask, "Would you like to renew for 6 months or a full year?" This approach makes it more likely that the customer will choose one of the options, even if they initially had doubts about renewing at all. This technique also works well in parenting and teaching. For example, if you want a child to finish their homework, you might say, "Do you want to do your math homework first or your reading homework?" By providing options, you avoid outright resistance and increase the likelihood that the child will comply with one of the choices. If you notice that someone is offering you a series of choices, but each one leads to the same end, they may be using the illusion of choice. Take a moment to consider whether there are other options that haven't been presented. If you feel boxed in, try to expand the conversation by suggesting an alternative that aligns with your preferences, or ask whether there's flexibility beyond the given choices. Incorporating these 11 psychological techniques, grounded in both philosophy and behavioral science, into your interactions empowers you to influence situations with subtlety and confidence. Whether you're using reframing to shift perspectives, anchoring to guide negotiations, or leveraging silence to create authority, each of these techniques enhances your ability to navigate conversations, conflicts, and collaborations. Understanding these techniques also enables you to recognize when others may be using them to influence you. By staying mindful of the cues, such as strategic mirroring, the use of tactical empathy, or the illusion of choice, you can maintain your sense of autonomy and respond from a position of strength. These psychology-based techniques are more than just strategies. They represent a philosophy of mindful interaction. When used with integrity and awareness, they enable you to build deeper connections, foster respect, and achieve outcomes that benefit all parties involved. By mastering these methods, you not only enhance your influence, but also cultivate a greater understanding of human behavior, which is essential for personal and professional success. As you apply these insights in your daily life, remember that true mastery comes with practice and reflection. Consider which techniques resonate most with your style and objectives, and begin incorporating them one at a time. Over time, you'll find that these skills become second nature, allowing you to navigate complex situations with poise, purpose, and a profound understanding of the art of influence. Thank you for joining this exploration of psychology and philosophy in action. Be sure to reflect on these techniques and notice how they shape your interactions. And remember, the most powerful influence is often the one that feels most natural. So use these tools not just to control situations, but to foster meaningful, respectful relationships wherever you go. Now, If any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. As we move through life, the pursuit of happiness and fulfillment remains a constant, but the way we approach this pursuit evolves as we grow older. What worked in our youth may no longer serve us, and as we age, certain habits and mindsets need to be left behind to truly thrive. While society often encourages us to chase material success, external validation and perfection, ancient Stoic philosophy teaches that true happiness comes from within. From mastering our thoughts, focusing on what we can control, and living according to our values. Stoicism, a philosophy born in the ancient streets of Athens, has long been associated with resilience, self-discipline, and wisdom. Stoic thinkers like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca offer timeless insights on how to live a meaningful life, no matter our age. Their wisdom is not about enduring life passively, but about engaging with it in a purposeful, virtuous way. As we grow older, these principles become even more relevant, providing a guide for what we should stop doing in order to live a happier, more fulfilling life. In this guide, we'll explore 11 things you should stop doing as you get older, with practical insights and Stoic teachings to help you navigate the journey. Whether you're in your 30s, 50s, or beyond, letting go of these habits can help you live with greater clarity, peace, and joy. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Nut 1. Stop chasing external validation. When we're younger, the need for approval from others often drives much of what we do. We seek validation through social media likes, career achievements, or the admiration of peers. But as we age, it becomes clear that true contentment doesn't come from external sources. It comes from within. The Stoics understood this deeply. Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." In youth, it's easy to fall into the trap of trying to impress others, whether through career success, physical appearance, or social standing. But Stoicism teaches that chasing external validation is a futile endeavor. Life is unpredictable, and the opinions of others are beyond our control. What we can control, however, are our own actions, our own thoughts, and the values by which we live. Imagine the endless stress of trying to keep up with others' expectations, constantly adjusting your behavior to please those around you. As you age, it becomes clear that this is an exhausting way to live. The more we rely on external validation, the more power we give away. Instead of finding fulfillment within, we place our happiness in the hands of others, a dangerous and unstable foundation. When we're younger, we often measure success by how others perceive us. Our grades in school, our job titles, our status in social circles. But as we grow older, wisdom teaches us that these things are fleeting and superficial. What matters most is the approval we give ourselves, the quiet confidence that comes from knowing we are living according to our own principles. Instead of chasing validation from others, focus on self-approval. Define your own values and live by them. As Epictetus said, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. It's liberating to let go of the need for others' approval and live authentically. Nut 2. Stop dwelling on past mistakes. The mistakes of the past can often weigh heavily on us as we get older. Whether it's a bad decision, a missed opportunity, or a relationship that ended poorly, the past can feel like a shadow that's hard to shake. But as we age, one of the greatest lessons we can learn is how to let go of these burdens. Stoicism teaches us that dwelling on the past serves no purpose. Seneca wisely said, "The greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which hangs upon tomorrow and loses today." But this applies equally to the past. By fixating on past mistakes, we rob ourselves of the present moment, the only time we truly have. In youth, many of us fall into the trap of overanalyzing our mistakes, using them as a way to explain our current unhappiness or setbacks. As we grow older, however, we come to realize that the past is unchangeable. What we can change is how we respond to it. Instead of allowing past regrets to define our future, we must accept them as part of our journey and use them as stepping stones toward growth. When we're younger, we often think we have endless time to make up for our mistakes, and we can get stuck replaying those moments in our heads. But as we age, we recognize the value of moving forward, knowing that the future is still full of opportunity if we focus on the present rather than what's already done. The Stoics remind us that the only thing within our control is our mindset and how we handle the present moment. Marcus Aurelius, in his personal reflections, often reminded himself not to waste time lamenting the past. You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. This doesn't mean we ignore the lessons of our past. It means we stop letting those lessons prevent us from fully living today. If there's one thing to remember as you get older, it's that the past is only as heavy as you let it be. By releasing the weight of past mistakes, you free yourself to embrace the present and shape the future with a clearer, lighter heart. 3. Stop worrying about things you can't control. As we age, one of the most valuable lessons we can learn is how to distinguish between what we can control and what we cannot. This is a core tenet of Stoic philosophy, often referred to as the dichotomy of control. The Stoics teach us that true happiness lies in focusing on what is within our control, our thoughts, actions, and attitudes, and letting go of everything else. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, captured this idea perfectly when he said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The world is full of uncontrollable factors, the opinions of others, the behavior of strangers, the outcomes of events we've worked hard on. But the one thing we can always control is our own mindset. In youth, we often expend energy trying to control everything around us, from how others perceive us to the success of our projects. But with age comes the wisdom that worrying about these things is not only futile, but also draining. There's an immense sense of freedom that comes with the realization that most of life is beyond our control. In our younger years, we're taught to believe that with enough effort, we can control outcomes. We plan, strategize, and sometimes obsess over results. But as we grow older, we learn the difference between planning and over-controlling. Stoicism reminds us to focus our energy on what we can influence, our actions and responses, and to release the anxiety tied to things outside our sphere of control. By letting go of the uncontrollable, you allow space for peace and clarity to emerge. Life's challenges will continue to arise, but when you stop worrying about what you can't control, you gain the strength to face those challenges with resilience and wisdom. Sure, let's continue from where we left off. 4. Stop avoiding difficult conversations. As we get older, one thing becomes increasingly clear. Avoiding difficult conversations doesn't make life easier. It makes it more complicated. Whether it's addressing conflicts in relationships, clarifying misunderstandings at work, or setting boundaries with friends and family, uncomfortable conversations are a necessary part of maintaining healthy connections and a fulfilling life. Stoicism teaches us to face challenges with courage. Seneca famously said, "He who is brave is free." Courage, according to the Stoics, is not just about facing physical dangers, but also about confronting difficult emotional and interpersonal situations with honesty and integrity. Avoiding these conversations only prolongs discomfort and creates further complications. As you grow older, the cost of avoidance becomes even more apparent. Unresolved conflicts can damage relationships, cause stress, and lead to misunderstandings that could have been easily avoided with open communication. In youth, we might avoid confrontation because we fear rejection, anger, or loss. But with age, we learn that real strength comes from addressing issues directly. It's through these hard conversations that we grow, build deeper relationships, and create space for mutual understanding and respect. Having a difficult conversation doesn't mean being confrontational. It means approaching the situation with honesty and compassion while staying rooted in your own principles. Stoic philosophy encourages us to remain calm and composed, even when the conversation is challenging. As Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." React with patience and clarity. With each passing year, the importance of clear communication becomes more evident. By embracing the challenge of difficult conversations instead of avoiding them, you not only strengthen your relationships, but also grow in emotional resilience and self-respect. Natafipun. 5. Stop comparing yourself to others. Comparison is one of the quickest paths to dissatisfaction. In our younger years, it's common to measure our progress by looking at others. We compare careers, relationships, finances, and even physical appearances. But as we get older, this habit becomes increasingly toxic, preventing us from appreciating our own unique journey. The Stoics were firm believers in focusing on one's own path rather than looking outward for validation. Epictetus said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." This quote serves as a reminder that contentment comes from within, not from external achievements. Comparing ourselves to others only distracts us from living according to our own values and diminishes our capacity for gratitude. In youth, we might see success as a competition, trying to keep up with peers in terms of career achievements, personal milestones, or material possessions. But as we age, we realize that true fulfillment comes from living authentically, in alignment with our own goals, desires, and values, rather than trying to match someone else's. Instead of comparing yourself to others, ask yourself, am I living according to my own values? Am I moving in the direction that feels right for me? The moment you stop looking outward and start focusing inward, you free yourself from the endless cycle of comparison and envy. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, reminds us, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." This wisdom tells us that when we focus on our own life, our own decisions, and our own values, we have the power to create a deeply fulfilling and content life. 6. Stop holding grudges and resentment. As we journey through life, it's inevitable that we will encounter people who hurt or disappoint us. However, as we get older, holding on to grudges and resentment becomes a burden too heavy to carry. Resentment festers, occupying mental space that could be filled with peace and joy. Stoicism teaches the importance of letting go of anger and resentment, focusing instead on forgiveness and inner tranquility. Marcus Aurelius said, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." In other words, when someone wrongs you, the most powerful response is not to dwell on that wrong, but to rise above it and continue to live virtuously. When we are younger, it's easy to fall into the trap of holding on to grudges, thinking that we are justified in our anger. But with age comes the realization that holding on to resentment only harms ourselves. The Stoics believed that forgiveness and letting go of anger were essential for maintaining inner peace and emotional well-being. Letting go of grudges doesn't mean excusing bad behavior. It means refusing to allow that behavior to control your emotions. It means accepting that what others do is beyond your control, and your true power lies in how you respond. Forgiveness is not a gift for others, it's a gift for yourself. The practice of forgiveness, a central tenet in Stoicism, is about freeing yourself from the emotional chains of past hurts. By letting go of grudges and resentment, you create space for peace, happiness, and emotional freedom. From 7. Stop fear of change and impermanence. Change is an inevitable part of life, and as we grow older, we often become more resistant to it. The familiar can feel comforting, while the unknown can provoke fear or anxiety. However, embracing change is crucial for living a happy and fulfilling life, especially as we age. Life will always be in flux, and resisting this natural flow only creates suffering. Stoicism teaches us to accept the impermanence of all things, that change is a natural and constant part of life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Observe constantly that all things take place by change, and accustom yourself to consider that the nature of the universe loves nothing so much as to change the things which are, and to make new things like them." The Stoics saw change as an essential aspect of life's natural order, and rather than resisting it, they welcomed it as an opportunity for growth. When we are younger, we may resist change because it threatens our sense of stability. We cling to routines, relationships, and identities that feel safe. But as we grow older, wisdom teaches us that change is not something to fear, but something to embrace. The more we accept the impermanence of life, the more we are able to live fully in the present. Rather than fearing change, we can adopt the Stoic mindset of seeing it as a catalyst for growth and renewal. Whether it's a career change, a shift in relationships, or the inevitable transitions of aging, we can choose to approach these changes with curiosity and openness rather than fear. By accepting the inevitability of change, you free yourself from the anxiety that comes with clinging to the past. In doing so, you open yourself to new opportunities, experiences, and ways of being. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "mind over body," so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. 8. Stop neglecting your health. As we age, it becomes increasingly important to prioritize our physical, mental, and emotional well-being. While in our younger years we may feel invincible, time has a way of reminding us that our health is one of the most precious assets we have. Neglecting it can lead to a decline in quality of life and happiness. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of taking responsibility for what is within our control, and this includes our health. Epictetus said, "We should always be asking ourselves, is this something that is, or is not, in my control?" Your health is largely within your control, from the food you eat to the exercise you engage in, and even the thoughts you entertain. In youth, we often take our health for granted, pushing our bodies and minds without much thought to the consequences. As we get older, we become more aware of the delicate balance between maintaining physical health, mental clarity, and emotional well-being. Stoicism teaches us to take action where we have control, and our health is one of the key areas where we can actively make choices that lead to a happier, more fulfilling life. Prioritizing your health doesn't mean striving for perfection. It means taking consistent, mindful actions that support your body and mind. Regular exercise, a balanced diet, sufficient rest, and mental health practices like mindfulness or meditation all contribute to a life of well-being and vitality. By treating your health as a core part of your Stoic practice, something within your control and worthy of attention, you set the foundation for long-term happiness and fulfillment, certainly. Let's continue with the remaining sections. 9. Stop seeking perfection in yourself and others. As we grow older, one of the most liberating realizations is that perfection is not only unattainable but unnecessary. The pursuit of perfection, whether in ourselves, our work, or the people around us, leads only to frustration and dissatisfaction. Stoic philosophy teaches us that imperfection is a natural part of life, and that embracing it leads to a more peaceful and fulfilling existence. Seneca said, "To be always fortunate and to pass through life with a soul that has never known sorrow is to be ignorant of one half of nature." This wisdom highlights the importance of accepting both the highs and the lows, the strengths and the weaknesses in both ourselves and others. Life's richness comes not from flawless achievement, but from navigating its imperfections with grace and resilience. In our younger years, we often strive for perfection in our careers, relationships, or appearance, believing that achieving it will bring happiness. We push ourselves to be the best in every aspect of life. However, as we age, we learn that this constant pursuit is not only exhausting, but also impossible. Stoicism reminds us to focus on progress and virtue rather than flawlessness. The Stoics teach us to let go of the desire for perfection and instead strive for virtue, living according to our values, acting with wisdom, and being kind to ourselves and others. When we stop expecting ourselves and the people around us to be perfect, we open ourselves up to more meaningful connections and a deeper appreciation for life's complexity. Accepting imperfection also extends to how we view others. No one is without faults, and expecting perfection from those we love only leads to disappointment. By embracing people as they are, with their strengths and weaknesses, we build stronger, more compassionate relationships. Let go of the need for perfection and instead focus on growth. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This means taking consistent steps toward living a life of integrity, kindness, and wisdom, and accepting that both we and others are works in progress. 10. Stop procrastinating on your dreams. As time passes, we often become more aware of how limited it truly is. The goals, dreams, and aspirations we've long held can no longer be put off indefinitely. As we age, it becomes critical to stop procrastinating on the things that truly matter to us. Stoicism encourages us to act with urgency, reminding us that the present moment is the only one guaranteed. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, wrote, "It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live." This Stoic wisdom teaches us that the real tragedy isn't the end of life, but the failure to live fully in the time we have. The tendency to wait for the right moment to pursue our dreams is one of the most common forms of self-deception. The right moment rarely arrives, and the longer we wait, the more distant those dreams become. When we're younger, it's easy to fall into the trap of believing there's plenty of time to pursue our passions, whether they involve career changes, creative projects, travel, or personal growth. But as we age, the importance of seizing the moment becomes more apparent. Life is finite, and waiting for the perfect conditions often means missing out on opportunities. The Stoics remind us that the only moment we have any control over is the present one. Procrastination stems from fear of failure, fear of rejection, or fear of the unknown. But as we age, we learn that the greater fear should be letting life pass by without acting on what truly matters to us. To stop procrastinating, start by taking small, consistent steps toward your dreams. You don't need to achieve everything at once, but you do need to begin. As Epictetus said, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Whether it's writing that book, starting a new career, or embarking on a long-held adventure, taking action, however imperfect, brings you closer to living the life you desire. The time to act is now. By letting go of procrastination and embracing the present, you ensure that your dreams are not just ideas, but realities. 11. Stop fearing death and aging. As we grow older, the awareness of our own mortality naturally becomes more pronounced. The fear of aging and death can cast a shadow over our lives if we let it, but Stoicism offers profound insights into how we can live fully without fear of life's inevitable end. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Death smiles at us all a man can do is smile back." The Stoics believed that death is a natural part of life, and that fearing it only prevents us from living fully in the present. Accepting death as an inevitable reality allows us to focus on what truly matters, the way we live each moment. In youth, death often feels distant and abstract, but as we age, it becomes more tangible. This can provoke anxiety or fear about what lies ahead. However, Stoicism teaches us that death is not to be feared, but embraced as part of the natural order. The more we accept the impermanence of life, the more fully we can live without the weight of dread hanging over us. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." The true tragedy is not that life ends, but that we often don't use the time we have wisely. By confronting the reality of our own mortality, we are reminded to live each day with intention and purpose. Stoicism encourages us to live in accordance with nature, which includes accepting the aging process. Aging is not something to resist, but something to embrace as part of the human experience. Each stage of life brings its own wisdom and opportunities for growth. By focusing on the present moment, rather than fearing what is to come, we can age with grace and dignity. Instead of fearing death, use it as a motivator to live fully. Take action on what matters to you, spend time with loved ones, and live with integrity. By doing so, you will come to the end of life not with regret, but with the peace of knowing that you lived as fully as possible. In conclusion, as we age, the things that once seemed so important, external validation, perfection, control, begin to lose their grip on us. The wisdom of Stoicism reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment come not from chasing after what we cannot control, but from cultivating our inner lives. By letting go of the habits and mindsets that no longer serve us, we create space for peace, purpose, and deeper contentment. The 11 things we've discussed are not just actions to avoid, they represent a shift in perspective, a Stoic approach to life that focuses on what truly matters. As Marcus Aurelius reminds us, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By adopting Stoic principles and letting go of what hinders our happiness, we can live with greater wisdom, courage, and clarity. In the end, aging is not something to fear or resist. It is an opportunity to refine our understanding of what it means to live well. The more we embrace the lessons of Stoicism, the more we can cultivate a life that is rich in meaning, grounded in virtue, and free from the unnecessary burdens of fear, regret, and comparison. Live fully, live wisely, and, as the Stoics would say, focus on what you can control and let the rest go. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. In life, we encounter moments when staying seems to wear down our spirit, diminish our joy, affect our health, and compromise our sense of self. This is not weakness, but a sign that we need a change. Imagine being in a relationship without respect, a job that drains your energy without offering satisfaction, or perhaps feeling trapped in a cycle of obligations that exhaust you. Today, we will explore 12 crucial moments where walking away is not just an option, but an act of courage and self-respect, inspired by Stoic philosophy. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Now let's start this transformative journey together. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus taught us to focus on what we can control, our actions and decisions, without being dominated by external circumstances. This perspective is vital when considering stepping away from harmful situations. We may feel trapped in relationships where respect has disappeared, jobs that no longer fulfill us, or living up to expectations that do not align with our personal values. Chronic stress and anxiety are clear signs that a change is needed. Walking away is not selfishness, but a form of self-preservation and deep respect for oneself, recognizing our own needs and limits. From a Stoic perspective, this is an act of wisdom and courage. Throughout this video, we will analyze specific scenarios where it is advisable to withdraw to foster deep personal growth and a life aligned with your true values. I invite you to reflect on the areas of your life where you might be staying out of fear or inertia, and consider how the act of walking away can be a powerful step toward your well-being and true values. Number 1. When you're no longer respected. In our lives, we often face situations where the respect we expect in our relationships, both personal and professional, begins to fade. You might start to notice that your ideas are dismissed in meetings, your partner constantly interrupts you, or your friends ignore the boundaries you have set. These acts, which may seem small or insignificant, accumulate over time, eroding your self-esteem and making you feel invisible. It is like standing on an unstable foundation that could collapse at any moment. Such interactions can leave you questioning your worth and endanger your mental well-being. Imagine going to work every day in a place where your contributions are ignored, or worse, someone else takes credit for your efforts. This is not just a blow to your professional pride, it is a clear sign that you are not valued in that environment. The same applies to personal relationships. When people who should support and value you do not, it is not just painful, it is toxic. From the Stoic perspective, we are reminded that our self-worth should not be dictated by the opinions or actions of others. However, maintaining this mindset is undoubtedly difficult when you find yourself surrounded by disrespect. Here is where Stoic philosophy can guide us. It teaches us to focus on what we can control, our own actions and reactions. We cannot control how others treat us, but we can make the conscious decision to walk away from environments that do not respect us. Walking away is not about giving up, but about reclaiming your dignity and self-esteem. By deciding to leave a toxic environment, you are protecting your mental and emotional well-being and setting a powerful precedent for your future interactions. You are telling yourself and the world that you will not tolerate disrespect. This is not an easy decision. It requires great strength and self-awareness. However, by doing so, you create space in your life for relationships and opportunities that align with your values and uplift you. But how can this be practiced in daily life? Consider some practical examples of people who have decided to walk away from toxic environments. Some have left jobs where they did not feel valued, finding new opportunities that better aligned with their skills and passions. Others have ended relationships that were harmful, discovering over time that this decision allowed them to build more meaningful and respectful connections. Additionally, it is crucial to develop and maintain firm boundaries, not only as a way to foster respect, but also to protect yourself from future transgressions. You can establish these boundaries by clearly and respectfully communicating your expectations to others and standing firm when these expectations are ignored. Another effective strategy to cultivate an environment of respect is practicing empathy and effective communication. This involves striving to understand others' perspectives and expressing your thoughts and feelings in ways that foster mutual understanding. Ensuring that respect is reciprocal in all your interactions can profoundly transform the quality of your relationships. Every moment you spend in a place where you are not respected is a moment stolen from your capacity to find and build a life where you are valued and appreciated. It is not just about leaving behind negativity, it is about opening doors to positive and respectful environments. This act of walking away is a profound step toward personal growth and empowerment. Respect is non-negotiable. It is the foundation of every meaningful interaction. Therefore, when you find yourself in a situation where respect is lacking, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. Focus on what you can control and have the courage to walk away. Your self-respect and inner peace are worth more than staying in an environment that diminishes you. Number 2. When you are taken for granted. We have all been there, giving our all in a situation and feeling like our efforts are barely noticed, much less appreciated. Whether at work, in a friendship, or within the family, being taken for granted is an incredibly frustrating experience. Imagine putting in countless extra hours at work, going out of your way to help a friend, or constantly supporting your loved ones, only to find that your efforts are met with indifference or expected as a given. This lack of recognition can be exhausting and leave you feeling completely drained. When your hard work and dedication go unnoticed, it is a clear sign that something needs to change. In the workplace, this might look like consistently putting in extra effort without receiving a simple thank you or acknowledgement from your boss. Your contributions become expected rather than valued, and soon you may find yourself burning out. In personal relationships, being taken for granted can be even more painful. Imagine always being the one to plan outings, offer support, or make sacrifices, only for these gestures to go unrecognized. Over time, this imbalance can lead to resentment and a feeling of emptiness. You might begin to wonder why you are putting in so much effort when it is not reciprocated or appreciated. This is not a matter of constantly seeking praise, but of mutual respect and acknowledgement. Walking away from situations where you are taken for granted is a powerful act of self-respect. It is not about being selfish, but about understanding your own worth and refusing to accept less than you deserve. The Stoic approach teaches us to focus on our own virtues and actions rather than seeking validation from others. However, it is important to recognize when an environment is persistently ungrateful, as this can lead to long-term dissatisfaction and erosion of self-worth. By stepping back from environments where your efforts are undervalued, you make space for opportunities and relationships that genuinely recognize and appreciate your contributions. This decision can be difficult. There is often a fear of the unknown, What if you leave and do not find a better job or lose a friend? However, staying in a place where you are not valued can be far more damaging in the long run. It is a slow erosion of your self-esteem and happiness. The Stoics would advise acting according to our principles and values, even if it means making difficult decisions. Prioritize your well-being and personal growth over the comfort of the familiar. Imagine redirecting your energy toward people and places that genuinely value you. This change not only boosts your morale, but also aligns your life with principles of mutual respect and appreciation. It is about creating a balanced dynamic where your efforts are recognized and rewarded. This balance is crucial for maintaining healthy relationships and a positive self-image. By walking away from being taken for granted, you set a standard for how you expect to be treated. It is a declaration of your self-worth and a step towards a more fulfilling life. You deserve to be in environments where your efforts are recognized and valued. Remember, as the Stoics teach us, your worth is inherent and should not depend on others' recognition. Stand firm in this belief and do not be afraid to move on from those who do not appreciate what you bring. Adopting this stance not only benefits you, but can also teach others the value of respect and recognition, fostering a positive cycle of mutual gratitude and appreciation in all your circles. Number 3. When it affects your physical or mental health. Health, both mental and physical, is the foundation upon which our entire life is built. When situations of stress, constant pressure, or toxic environments start to impact this foundation, it is crucial to recognize the warning signs before they become chronic problems. We often face these challenges thinking they are just part of life. However, when stress and anxiety become constants, they transform into red flags that we must not ignore. Consider, for example, a job that demands more than you can give in a healthy manner. Long hours, constant pressure, and a toxic work environment can lead to serious issues like burnout, chronic stress, and even more severe health problems like insomnia or hypertension. It is essential to listen to our bodies and minds when they warn us of these dangers. Ignoring these signals and continuing to push our limits can lead to significant deterioration of our health, both mentally and physically. In personal relationships, the consequences of a harmful environment can be equally severe. Constant conflict, neglect, or emotional abuse can erode our mental health, leading to states of anxiety and depression. These toxic environments can make us feel trapped with no way out, which is a clear sign that we need to make changes to protect our well-being. Stoic philosophy teaches us the importance of maintaining balance and moderation. Overstepping our limits is a clear violation of these principles. The Stoics deeply valued internal peace and advised avoiding those who disturb our tranquility. Therefore, walking away from a harmful relationship is not a sign of failure, but a brave step towards protecting our mental health and reclaiming our peace. It is equally important to respect our physical limits. Maybe you are participating in an activity that your body can no longer handle or maintaining habits that are slowly wearing you down. Listening to our bodies and making adjustments is crucial to avoid long-term damage. Living in harmony with our nature includes taking care of our physical body as part of our natural existence. Now, let us think about how we can prioritize our health to avoid reaching these extremes. Small changes in our daily lives, such as improving our diet, increasing physical activity, and seeking professional support when necessary, can have a significant impact on our health. These steps not only help us stay healthy, but also strengthen our resilience in facing life's challenges. Creating and fostering a supportive environment is another key strategy, whether at home or work. Promoting an atmosphere where health and growth are priorities can make a big difference. Supporting each other in our efforts to maintain good health not only improves individual quality of life, but also strengthens our community. These practices are not just preventive measures, they are essential for a full and meaningful life. By prioritizing our mental and physical health and making necessary adjustments in our lives, we are not only acting wisely, but also deeply respecting our own nature. This is fundamental in the Stoic pursuit of a virtuous and satisfying life. Always remember that your health is not something to be compromised. It is the foundation of your ability to live a complete and meaningful life. Recognizing when a situation is harming your well-being and having the courage to walk away is a powerful form of self-care and wisdom. The Stoics remind us that true strength lies in our ability to maintain internal peace and harmony. So, prioritize your health, make the necessary changes, and remember that walking away from what harms you is a powerful act of self-care and wisdom. Number 4. When your values are compromised. When your core values, those principles that define who you are and what you stand for, are compromised, you face a profound dilemma. This can happen in the workplace, where you may be asked to act unethically, or in personal relationships where you are pressured to behave in ways that contradict your beliefs. This internal conflict not only makes you feel uncomfortable, but also leads you to lose touch with your true self. Imagine the internal dissonance that arises when your actions do not reflect your values. This is not just a temporary discomfort. It is a sign that you are living in contradiction to your essence, which can lead to deep and persistent dissatisfaction. In the workplace, compromising your values for the sake of employment means that every decision that contradicts your principles erodes your integrity a little more. You find yourself on a slippery slope where each compromise makes the next one easier, gradually distancing you from who you truly are. Similarly, in personal relationships, being surrounded by people who not only ignore your values, but also encourage behaviors contrary to them, can erode your self-esteem and provoke continuous internal conflict. This erosion of your identity can be incredibly damaging and deeply disturbing. The Stoics teach us the importance of living according to our principles and virtues. They believed that true happiness comes from aligning our actions with our deepest beliefs. This philosophy is not just a lofty ideal, but a practical guide for everyday life. By living consistently with our values, we cultivate inner peace and alignment that are essential for our overall well-being. In situations where your values are at stake, the Stoics would advise re-evaluating and, if necessary, walking away to preserve your integrity. This act of walking away is not a sign of weakness, but an affirmation of strength and self-respect. It shows that you are committed to living authentically and that you prioritize your principles over convenience or external approval. It is a powerful statement, both to yourself and to others, that you value your integrity over superficial benefits you might gain by compromising your values. Furthermore, choosing companions and environments that reinforce rather than compromise your values is vital. The people we spend time with can greatly influence our character and well-being. The Stoics advise choosing our companions wisely, suggesting that surrounding ourselves with people who share and support our core values is essential to maintaining our integrity. For those who face challenges in maintaining their values in difficult environments, it is crucial to establish and clearly communicate boundaries. This might mean having open conversations about your values at work or at home, and being willing to stand up for those principles when they are threatened. It is also helpful to identify and manage external influences that might tempt you to compromise your values, whether it is peer pressure or cultural or corporate expectations. Creating and fostering an environment where shared values are the norm also benefits everyone. This not only strengthens your personal resolve, but also promotes a network of mutual support. Such an environment improves not only individual quality of life, but also strengthens the community as a whole. Cultivating a sense of integrity and living in accordance with your values is not just a key component of a Stoic life, but fundamental for any full and satisfying life. By making decisions that reflect your principles, you build a solid foundation of self-respect and confidence. This makes you a person others can trust and depend on, not because you always do what is easy, but because you consistently do what is right. Ultimately, living in accordance with your values allows you to not only achieve true happiness and fulfillment, but also inspire others to live authentically. This is the essence of a well-lived Stoic life, a life where integrity and authenticity are celebrated and held in high esteem. Number 5. When you are no longer learning or growing. When we stop learning and growing, we begin to feel stagnant and unfulfilled, as if we are trapped in a routine where each day feels like a monotonous repetition of the previous one. This stagnation can occur in your career, personal life, or hobbies. Imagine a job that once was challenging and exciting, full of opportunities to learn new skills and advance. Now you feel like you are just going through the motions, with no new challenges, no room for advancement, and no excitement. This lack of growth can lead to a deep sense of dissatisfaction and boredom. In our personal relationships, the absence of growth can also be a significant issue. Relationships, whether friendships or romantic relationships, should be dynamic and evolving, helping both partners grow and become better versions of themselves. If you find that your relationships have become stagnant, where interactions feel repetitive and lack inspiration, it might be time to reevaluate. The same goes for your personal interests and hobbies. If a hobby that once brought you joy and excitement now feels boring and routine, it is a sign that you need to seek new avenues for growth and learning. The Stoics valued the pursuit of knowledge and personal development, and would encourage us to continually seek experiences that challenge and inspire us. Commitment to continuous learning and improvement can enhance both our professional and personal lives, contributing to our overall well-being. Recognizing our potential and refusing to settle for less than we deserve is crucial. Evaluating and making the decision to walk away from situations where we are no longer learning or growing is an act of self-care and wisdom. By setting clear personal and professional development goals and actively seeking opportunities to achieve them, we maintain continuous growth. It is important to conduct regular self-evaluations to ensure we are constantly being challenged and advancing. For those who face challenges in maintaining their growth in difficult environments, it is crucial to establish and clearly communicate boundaries. This might mean having open conversations about your growth needs at work or at home, and being willing to stand up for those principles when they are compromised. Creating and maintaining an environment that supports personal and professional growth is also vital. Whether at home or work, promoting an atmosphere where learning and continuous improvement are the norm can make a big difference. A supportive environment can facilitate overcoming challenges and promote a cycle of mutual learning and development. Surrounding ourselves with a community that fosters and reinforces our core values is essential to maintaining our integrity and continuing to grow. Cultivating a sense of continuous growth is not just a preventive measure against stagnation. It is fundamental for a full and meaningful life. By making decisions that reflect our principles of continuous growth, we build a solid foundation of self-respect and confidence. This makes us people others can trust and depend on, not only because we do what is easy, but because we consistently do what is right. Ultimately, living a life aligned with our desires to learn and grow allows us to achieve true happiness and fulfillment, and inspire others to pursue a life of continuous development. This is the essence of a well-lived life, where constant improvement and authenticity are celebrated and held in high esteem. Number 6. When you stay in one place out of guilt or obligation. Staying in a situation solely out of guilt or a sense of obligation can be incredibly draining and unfulfilling. It is common to feel compelled to stay in jobs, relationships, or commitments simply because we feel guilty about leaving them or believe it is our duty to stay. However, when guilt or obligation becomes the primary reasons for staying, it is a clear sign that it is time to reevaluate the situation. Imagine a job where you feel obligated to stay because you do not want to disappoint your colleagues or fear others' judgment. Maybe the job no longer brings you joy or aligns with your professional goals, but the idea of leaving fills you with guilt. You might worry about the additional workload your departure might cause your team or fear disappointing your boss. However, staying in a role that no longer serves you simply out of a sense of duty can lead to resentment and burnout. The Stoics teach us to live according to our true nature and to act from a place of genuine intention, not from external pressures or misplaced guilt. In personal relationships, guilt and obligation can be even more powerful. You might find yourself staying in a friendship or romantic relationship because you feel responsible for the other person's happiness or because you have been together for a long time. You might worry that leaving will hurt the other person or feel that you owe it to them to stay. However, if the relationship is no longer healthy or fulfilling for you, staying out of obligation is not fair to either party. Genuine relationships are built on mutual respect and voluntary commitment, not on guilt or a sense of duty. It is important to act with integrity and honesty, both to yourself and to others. Walking away from situations where you stay only out of guilt or obligation is an act of self-respect and authenticity. Recognizing that your time and energy are valuable and that you deserve to spend them in ways that are meaningful and fulfilling to you is crucial. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions and decisions, and to let go of what we cannot control, such as others' reactions. By prioritizing your well-being and making decisions based on your true desires and values, you are living in accordance with Stoic principles. Imagine the freedom and empowerment that come from making decisions that align with your true self. By letting go of guilt and obligation, you open space in your life for opportunities and relationships that truly resonate with you. This change can lead to greater happiness, fulfillment, and personal growth. The Stoics believe that living a virtuous life involves making decisions that reflect your core values and pursuing what truly matters to you, rather than being driven by external pressures. It is important to recognize that leaving a situation out of guilt or obligation can be challenging. There may be initial discomfort and difficult conversations. However, ultimately, it is a step toward a more authentic and fulfilling life. The Stoics would encourage you to approach this process with courage and wisdom, understanding that true contentment comes from living in harmony with your internal principles. By making decisions that honor your true self, you cultivate a sense of inner peace and integrity. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "mind over body" so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. Number 7. When trust is broken. When trust, the foundation of all meaningful relationships, is severely broken, the impact can be devastating. This can happen in friendships, romantic relationships, or professional connections. Imagine discovering that a close friend has been spreading false rumors about you, or that your partner has been unfaithful. These forms of betrayal not only hurt in the moment, but fundamentally alter the dynamics of the relationship, making it difficult, if not impossible, to continue interacting with the same level of openness and vulnerability. In a professional setting, a serious breach of trust could involve a colleague taking credit for your work or a superior making false promises. These actions can not only undermine your confidence, but also create a toxic work environment. When you can no longer trust the people you work with, it becomes a challenge to stay motivated and engaged. Stoic philosophy teaches us that we must act with honor and integrity, regardless of others' actions. If trust is broken in a way that compromises your ability to perform your job effectively and ethically, it might be time to consider walking away. The Stoics emphasize the importance of honesty and integrity, teaching us that our character is defined by our actions and the trust we build with others. When trust is broken, it is a sign that something fundamental has changed in the relationship. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that we must accept the reality of the world and others' actions, but we must also take steps to protect our inner peace and integrity. Staying in a situation where trust has been compromised can have long-term effects on your mental health. Constant doubt and anxiety can take a toll, leaving you constantly questioning others' actions and motives, which can be exhausting and debilitating. Seneca, another prominent Stoic philosopher, taught that we should not sacrifice our mental peace to maintain a relationship that no longer serves us. Imagine the relief and empowerment that come from leaving a situation where trust has been broken. By walking away, you open the possibility of forming new, healthier relationships built on mutual respect and trust. You send a powerful message to yourself and others about your self-worth and the standards you expect in your interactions. The Stoics believed in living a life of virtue and authenticity, and part of that is surrounding yourself with people who uphold those same values. It is important to recognize that walking away from a breach of trust can be incredibly challenging. It may involve difficult conversations and the loss of a relationship that once meant a lot to you. However, it is crucial to remember that your well-being and integrity are paramount. The Stoics teach us to face such challenges with courage and wisdom, understanding that sometimes the most virtuous path is also the most difficult. By making decisions that honor your true self, you cultivate a sense of inner peace and integrity. This act of courage and honesty can inspire others to do the same, creating a ripple effect of positive change. Prioritizing your own integrity and mental peace over staying in a harmful situation is not just a necessary action. It is an affirmation of your commitment to living a full and meaningful life. Number 8. When you have lost your essence. Losing oneself can be one of the most disorienting and painful experiences one can face. Often this happens gradually as we prioritize the needs and expectations of others over our own. There may come a day when you look in the mirror and do not recognize the person looking back at you. This phenomenon can happen in various aspects of life, in relationships, careers, or social circles, leaving you with a sense of emptiness and disconnection that is deeply disturbing. Stoic philosophy reminds us of the importance of knowing ourselves and living in alignment with our true nature. When you lose sight of who you are, it is a clear sign that something fundamental needs to change. In relationships, for example, you may find yourself constantly compromising your own desires and values to keep the peace or please your partner. Over time, you may discover that you have molded yourself to meet someone else's expectations, neglecting your own identity in the process. This can lead to a profound sense of loss and confusion. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, reminds us that we should not allow our lives to be governed by others' expectations, but should remain true to our own principles and nature. In your career, losing yourself can occur when you are so focused on climbing the corporate ladder or meeting external definitions of success that you forget why you started in the first place. You might find yourself in a role that looks impressive on paper, but leaves you feeling unfulfilled and disconnected from your passions. The Stoics would encourage you to reflect on what truly matters to you and ensure that your work aligns with your values and interests. It is crucial to seek roles and environments that allow you to be your true self and contribute meaningfully. In social circles and friendships, you can also lose your sense of identity if you surround yourself with people whose values and lifestyles do not resonate with you. It is easy to start conforming to fit in, which over time can erode your sense of identity. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, advised that we should seek friendships based on mutual respect and shared values, as these relationships help us grow and remain true to who we are. Walking away from situations where you have lost your essence is an act of courage and self-discovery. It is about reclaiming your identity and living in alignment with your true nature. This process of rediscovery allows you to reconnect with your passions, values, and the things that bring you joy. Imagine the freedom and fulfillment that come from living authentically. When you let go of the need to conform and embrace your true self, you experience a sense of liberation. You begin to attract relationships and opportunities that are in tune with who you truly are. This authenticity not only enhances your well-being, but also positively impacts those around you. Living according to your true nature is essential for a virtuous and satisfying life. Recognizing that reclaiming yourself can be a challenging process that may involve difficult decisions, and leaving behind people or situations that once felt comfortable is crucial. However, it is a necessary step towards a life that truly reflects your values and passions. The Stoics would encourage you to approach this journey with courage and compassion for yourself, understanding that true contentment comes from living in harmony with your inner self. By making decisions that honor your true being, you cultivate a sense of inner peace and integrity. Number 9. When you have done everything possible, but it is not enough. Reaching a point where you feel like you have done everything possible and still see no progress or positive change can be incredibly disheartening. This feeling of exhaustion arises when, despite all your efforts, the situation remains unchanged. This type of experience can manifest in various areas of life, such as personal relationships, professional careers, or personal projects. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control and to accept what we cannot. When you have given your all and the outcome has not changed, it is time to recognize that this is not a reflection of your worth or effort, but rather a sign that it is time to move on. In personal relationships, for example, you may have tried every possible way to communicate, repair, and make things work. You have been patient, empathetic, and put a lot of effort into resolving conflicts. But despite your best efforts, the relationship remains unsatisfactory or even toxic. This emotional and mental drain can be incredibly exhausting. The Stoics remind us that our responsibility lies in our own actions and intentions, not in others' actions or responses. If your efforts are not reciprocated or recognized, it is a clear indication that continuing in the same situation might cause more harm than good in your professional life. There might be a project or a job role where you have invested a significant amount of time and energy. You have implemented new strategies, worked extra hours, and dedicated yourself completely to improving things. But the results do not meet your expectations, and there are no signs of improvement. This can lead to frustration and burnout, indicating that it might be time to objectively evaluate the situation. If necessary, it might be time to seek new opportunities or even walk away completely to protect your well-being and professional growth. Personal projects and goals can also reach a deadlock where, despite all the effort and dedication, progress seems impossible. This could be a creative endeavor, a fitness goal, or any other personal aspiration. In these moments, it is easy to fall into a pattern of overthinking and self-doubt. However, the Stoics would advise reflecting on what you have learned from the process, appreciating your efforts, and understanding that not every endeavor is destined to succeed. Sometimes wisdom lies in recognizing the right moment to let go and redirect your energy towards more fruitful activities. Walking away after having done everything possible is not a sign of failure, but an act of self-respect and wisdom. It is understanding the limits of your influence and making peace with what is beyond your control. The Stoics value the importance of focusing on what truly matters and letting go of what does not. By walking away from situations that no longer serve you, you create space for new opportunities and experiences that align more closely with your goals and values. Imagine the relief and liberation that come from recognizing that you have done all you could. By letting go, you free yourself from the cycle of frustration and disappointment. This act of moving forward opens possibilities for growth, learning, and new beginnings. Life is a series of opportunities for growth, and sometimes growing means knowing when it is time to walk away. It is crucial to approach this decision with compassion for yourself and understanding, knowing that walking away does not diminish the value of your efforts or the significance of what you tried to achieve. Instead, it is an affirmation of your commitment to living authentically and purposefully. The Stoics would encourage you to see this as part of your journey, a step towards new paths that may offer greater fulfillment and success. In the journey of life, knowing when to walk away is a profound act of courage and self-respect. It is valuing your peace, integrity, and growth above all else. Remember, every step you take towards living authentically is a step towards a fuller and more meaningful life. Number 10. When the passion has been lost. Losing passion in any area of life, be it your career, a relationship, or a hobby, is like watching a flame that once illuminated your path slowly extinguish. This fading of passion not only diminishes the vibrant sense of purpose in our lives, but also leaves us feeling disoriented and unmotivated, wandering through our daily routines without a clear sense of direction. According to the Stoics, facing these kinds of challenges is fundamental to character development and self-understanding. They remind us that we must be in constant pursuit of alignment with our true nature and purposes. In the professional context, perhaps you began your career full of enthusiasm and clear goals, but over time, routine tasks have taken over, leaving little room for innovation or personal satisfaction. This is a clear sign that your passion for your work has faded. The Stoics would teach us that this is the optimal moment for deep personal reflection to reevaluate our true motivations and aspirations. In relationships, both romantic and friendly, passion can manifest as intense emotional commitment and a continuous desire for mutual growth. If you find that interactions have become obligatory or superficial, it is vital to question whether the relationship has lost the vitality that once nourished your soul. The Stoics value authenticity and meaningful interaction and encourage us to consider whether these relationships still resonate with our deepest values. Even hobbies, sources of joy and relaxation, can lose their charm and become mundane tasks if they no longer challenge or enrich us. Here, Stoic philosophy invites us to recognize these moments not as failures, but as natural signals that our interests and needs are evolving. To rediscover lost passion, The Stoics would advise returning to the fundamentals of our being. What do we truly value? What activities resonate with our essence? We can start by setting new goals that reflect our current interests, seeking new experiences that spark our curiosity, or even changing our environment to break the monotony and revitalize our spirit. Additionally, continuous education is crucial. Learning new skills or delving into areas of knowledge can reignite our passion. This approach is not only a form of self-improvement, but also a way to align our lives with the Stoic principles of growth and authenticity. Finally, the Stoics remind us of the importance of integrity and authenticity in all our endeavors. Losing passion is, in a way, a call to examine how our actions reflect our deepest values. By making conscious decisions to realign our lives with these values, we not only recover our lost passion, but also strengthen our character and foster a more meaningful and fulfilled life. Approaching the loss of passion with a Stoic perspective not only facilitates a transition to activities that resonate more deeply with us, but also prepares us to live more fully and authentically. By facing these challenges with courage and wisdom, we not only navigate our days with greater purpose, but also lay the foundation for a future where every action and choice is deeply aligned with what we value most. Number 11. When your contributions are unsustainable. When our contributions begin to feel unsustainable, whether at work, in personal relationships, or even in community activities, we face a dilemma that can drain our energy and wear down our spirit. Stoic philosophy offers us a valuable perspective in these moments, emphasizing the importance of recognizing our limits and reevaluating our capabilities. Remember that while dedication is admirable, it should not lead us to burnout or compromise our long-term health and well-being. In the workplace, this might manifest as taking on excessive workloads, overly ambitious projects, or responsibilities that exceed our hours and energy. This type of commitment, though initially seeming like a path to recognition and success, often leads to burnout that is not only physical, but also emotional and mental. The Stoics would teach us to act wisely, recognizing when our contributions have exceeded a healthy threshold and when it is time to set more realistic limits or say no. In personal or family relationships, unsustainability can arise when we continually sacrifice our needs to meet others' expectations. This can be as simple as constantly committing to activities we do not enjoy or taking on responsibilities that are not equitably shared. The Stoics would urge us to consider how these patterns not only affect our personal happiness, but also create unbalanced relationships that are not sustainable in the long run. To address the unsustainability of our contributions, the Stoics would recommend a meditated approach that includes self-evaluation and radical honesty with oneself and others. This involves recognizing and communicating our limitations, as well as redefining our priorities in ways that respect our energy and capacity. At work, this might mean delegating tasks, discussing workloads openly with superiors, or even changing career direction if necessary to align better with a more balanced lifestyle. Additionally, cultivating resilience and self-care is vital. The Stoics emphasize internal strength that not only meets external demands, but also ensures we have the personal resources to face challenges. This includes practices like meditation, regular exercise, and conscious rest times that not only help us recharge, but also allow us to maintain a clear perspective on our activities and commitments. Reflecting on the unsustainability of our contributions is fundamental not only for our personal well-being, but also to ensure that what we give to the world is valuable and supported by a solid foundation of self-care and self-respect. By adopting the Stoic mindset of self-control and acceptance, we can reorient our energies more effectively and sustainably, ultimately leading to greater efficiency and satisfaction in all areas of life. Recognizing and adjusting the sustainability of our contributions is an act of wisdom and respect towards ourselves and others, which is essential for living a life in accordance with the Stoic ideals of virtue and balance. Number 12. When the environment hinders your personal growth. Facing an environment that hinders our personal growth is one of the most challenging situations we can experience. According to Stoic philosophy, each individual should continuously seek self-improvement, not only as an act of self-fulfillment, but also as a duty to society. An environment that obstructs this growth not only limits our ability to develop as individuals, but also prevents us from contributing effectively to the world around us. Often these environments can be found in workplaces that neither promote nor value personal development, relationships that keep us trapped in cycles of dependency or conformity, or even social settings that discourage innovation and authenticity. The Stoics teach us that we must have the courage to change the things within our control and the wisdom to recognize when a situation is no longer conducive to our personal growth. The first step in facing this challenge is to clearly identify how the environment is limiting our growth. This might involve reflecting on the lack of opportunities to learn new skills, the absence of challenges that stimulate our mind and spirit, or a general atmosphere that discourages personal expression and exploration of new ideas. The Stoics would encourage us to face these issues with honesty and courage, using reason to discern the nature of these obstacles and plan effective strategies to overcome them, or if necessary, walk away from them. To mitigate the effects of a restrictive environment, it is essential to actively seek communities and spaces that foster and support personal growth. This might mean looking for new groups, engaging in activities that reflect our true interests and passions, or even changing job environments to one that values and cultivates human potential. Additionally, the Stoics practice self-discipline as a way to strengthen character and ensure that one is not overly dependent or susceptible to external influences. Developing a regular practice of personal reflection, such as meditation or journaling, can help maintain a connection with our values and fundamental goals, allowing us to stay centered and motivated even when